Flames bursting from its mouth. Where are my Doritos? The dragon cries. This episode is sponsored by Doritos. Thanks, everyone.
I wish.
Wait, for legal reasons, that's a joke.
Yeah, for legal reasons, that is a joke. Hi, besties. Hi, cuties. Welcome to Death2Divinity, the first off that all queer D&D 5e actual play show and podcast. Thank you all so much for those tips to the Chaos Bar early in the show. I really appreciate it. We are at 60 out of 250. What?
Chaos Bar is how my lovely cast members get paid.
Yeah, that's how we get paid.
If you see their performance and you like it real bad and you want them to keep making decisions that throws them on the line, the Chaos Bar is a really good way to show that off and encourage them and give me a chance for nightmares. Anyways, we keep going.
Perfect. Anyway, we are not sponsored by Doritos, but we are partnered with Die Hard Dice. Die Hard Dice is a awesome, cool dice company that has been partnering with us for all of season 1 of Death2Divinity, and their holiday sale is currently happening, which means if you use code Death2Divinity at checkout, instead of getting 10% off, you get 15% off. So that's cool and great, and you should use it. We also have a dice giveaway.
Doritos dice.
I'm sure that those exist.
Wait,
I'm sure that they exist.
would they be called Dice-ritos or
Yes.
Dice?
Oh.
Doritos. I think Doritos is what they would be called.
Doritos.
Well, now we know if they do it, because you know Wendy's has been. Wait, is it Wendy's who's been like trying to get into the TTRPG scene?
I
And
think
Nerds
so.
has a
Is it
sponsorship
Wendy's or
with
is it
D&D.
Burger King.
I thought it was I thought it was Burger King.
I don't know, besties. And Nerds just got their whole thing, right? They had a whole Nerds-based adventure. So what I'm saying, Doritos, is we're the best you have.
Yeah.
So,
You know, give us your money. Anyway, if you use code Death2Divinity at checkout over at Die Hard Dice, you get 15% off your dice, which honestly is pretty fucking cool. We also have a dice giveaway happening at the break. I will also say that we are very close to 100 patrons on Patreon, and if we hit that tonight, we'll do 2 dice giveaways instead of 1. We are 9 patrons away. It's $3 a month for extra bonus content and behind the scenes and really cool eventually live streams that are going to happen probably during our break. And yes, that's all of the sponsorship stuff. Also, if we hit 2K on the Twitter, which we are very close to, we're about 80 away from 2K on the Twitter. We'll be giving away 2 copies of Fat and Queer, which Sam has a essay in, and she will also sign them, and it'll be great. But yeah, I think that's all the up top housekeeping stuff. Did I miss anything? Besides Brian getting her ass kicked and dying soon?
no, just thank you for the
Yes.
Chaos Bar. Thank you for supporting indie creators, and every punch will be in your name tonight.
We
especially
just
the
make
ones to Brian
2
Steve.
We made 2 promises that I want to solidify.
Oh, yeah.
If the Chaos Bar gets filled, I will give Brian exactly one moment of chill. If it gets filled twice, KM will interrupt the moment of chill.
Any attempted moment of chill, I will.
Ooh.
This evening.
Spicy.
Molly's kind of a makeshift dramaturg sometimes, so Molly really let me know beforehand that you know, she was like, hey, I've got it. I'm gonna update the dashboard tonight. So can you talk to me about your updates, Molly?
Yeah, so really just one big one. I wanted to get ahead of something I kind of know is coming under the list of the falling. So I just thought we would just go ahead and load up Brian in there, so it's just ready for when it happens.
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. Molly, you're in a relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say that your partner tripped and fell on the sidewalk, and then I helped him up. And then I turned to you, and I went, he's fine now. No thanks to you. John Quinones, what would you do?
I'd probably put you in a headlock and say, not like that, well, what's that? until you said sorry.
What was that?
I love that
And
so
then
much.
he would find that cool and hot of me. So it would be double
you'd
points.
win him back real quick. That makes sense.
I
Not
love
that
that.
he's ever lost. To clarify.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love that. Also, friends, really quickly, the way to support the chaos in this channel is not only by the Chaos Bar, but it's also by RTing that going live tweet. So do D2D RT in chat. And also,
and I heard that's free.
that's free. And you know what else is free? Hosting the stream. So if you go into your own Twitch channel and do /host Mermaid Royal, you'll be hosting the stream and telling the Twitch algorithm, hey, this channel is really cool and they're live and they're playing D&D. So there's that. And the last thing is, if you like our show, the best ways to also support us for free are talking about it on social media, using the hashtag Death2Divinity, reviewing the podcast. I heard from a little birdie, episode 6 is coming out tomorrow at some point. So, you know, all free, all great ways to support us here at Death2Divinity, because we are all about being able to build a community with you, whether or not you're going to support us with your dollars or not. But yeah.
So, well, they're supporting us. You must support the lore.
Yes.
Time for recaps.
Who won last week? I don't even remember who won last week.
Kita?
Kita?
Was it Kita?
I feel like I remember you using inspiration, but I don't.
I think you won last week. Oh no, did I start the call on the wrong Google? I did.
Also,
Hold on.
besties, I just noticed I was muted in the Google Meets. I'm so sorry. I'm
Hold
unmuted
on.
now.
I
It
have to
actually, yeah, it's been automatically doing that. Oh
And our-
yeah, our call-ins in 9
our
minutes.
call-ins
I
in
just
9
saw
minutes
this
because I
as well.
have to start a new meeting because I
Oh
forgot
no,
that it's
well,
on the
we'll
wrong
do
thing.
that. Well, someone else recaps who's not you then. So Kita, you know what? If no one can remember, then you get to pick anyways. So who do you want to go first? It's not Jude.
Honestly, I was hoping that I could just go and because it makes me anxious.
You can pick yourself. Absolutely. That's such a power move. Are you kidding me? 14 episodes I've been waiting for this raw power to enter the arena.
All right,
Ow,
Google
fuck.
Meets in the, hold on, before we do that, Google Meets in the show chat, really quick.
Ow! Ow! Okay, so you're gonna go first.
Come here,
Lauren.
I'll kiss it better. Give me your hand.
Ooh, ew. As long as you promise not to yell at my partner afterwards. Okay, here we go. Yeah, kiss my hand and then turn to my partner and go, she's fine now. No thanks to you. So, Kita's gonna go first. Molly, are
There's
you ready?
so
to-
much to unpack
Wait,
here.
Papa, we're missing you in the Google Meet, please.
I was gonna let you all start and then click in. 'cause
No,
I can't
please do it
multitask. I have
now.
no phones. I'm going. All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Time Daddy's ready.
Unmute
Are you
yourself,
ready?
Katie May.
Kita, I know. It's loading in.
Oh my
Kita's
God.
here.
Okay.
Kita, you ready?
Yeah.
Alrighty, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oslo versus Current and Brian and Gemma. Brian literally gets the life sucked out of her. Current mercy flights Brian's body back to the party. Misha had a fun chocolate, and Gideon takes them home. Ystera literally gives her life to save Brian. Sampira ain't shit. Adrielle uses all of her energy to also save Ystera. Moral's blowing, and Brian also ain't shit.
I'm getting to the end.
I could have intervened by just like hearing Molly's
I'm
like
sorry, did I make time?
unsure scream.
Yeah, Molly was like,
over.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Molly
It's
didn't know
okay.
what to do, so just started making noises like someone
Screeching.
just stepped on her foot at a party.
I love it so much.
Who do you want to go next, Kita?
I want Sam to go next.
Sounds about right to me. Sam, you
Okay.
ready?
Sure.
Okay, alright. 3, 2, 1, go!
Current, Brian, and Gemma fought with Oslo. Current kept both of Oslo's pigtails in his superpower move. Brian almost died again. Current flew Brian off to the bachelorette party to get healed. It got really messy really fast, and Gideon and Misha are cute as shit. Party separated.
Cease!
Let's go.
Cease! In the name of the fallen.
Why did Kita get
Beautiful.
cute squawking noises and I got cease?
Because people are allowed to learn and evolve, Sam.
Wow.
Listen, the squawking noises didn't get me the result I wanted, and so now I've been forced to change, and that's growth.
That's
Why am I being
Bonus
attacked
day.
tonight?
Oh, I
my God.
wonder.
Sam, you don't get to ask that. You don't get to ask that.
Why are
Listen,
people treating me like I'm the drama?
I
Who do
love
wanna
you,
go next?
Sam.
I love you too.
I love you.
Okay, Lyrica's the only one who's being nice to me, so Lyrica gets to
Oh,
go
okay.
next.
Why would you? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Your reward for being nice to Sam. Are you ready, Lyrica?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna stop breathing.
Okay.
This doesn't feel like a reward.
Oh.
It's like a reward.
3, 2, 1. Sam did this.
Oh no. Okay. No, that would no. Okay, Brian, Kurt, Gemma fight also. Kurt takes her pigtails. Brian's getting the life sucked out of her. Kurt flies her as a shark back over to get help. Yastira almost dies trying to save Brian.
Time.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
I was gonna give you a few extra seconds.
No.
That
no,
got
no,
me.
no. You must take a gift as it is given. Who do
I
you want to
appreciate
go
it.
next, Lyrica?
Let's do Molly.
All right.
I'm ready.
I will time to add you. I got you. Hold on. All right, ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Combat. Current cuts off Ozzo's pigtails. Sick as hell. Oops, Brian died again. Gideon talks Nikki and Meritos. Her parents got a lot of hawkmongers killed. Sorry. Misha has an Edible. Doesn't go well. Adriel silences him and sends him home with Gideon. Winona goes to steer to heal Brian. Cuts off her hand. Ow! Brian chooses violence.
Wow. There we go.
Wow.
I didn't get it all though.
Is it just me?
So close.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I don't have
So-
notes. I don't have notes this week. It's all right.
You have your
believe in
heart.
you.
That's all you've ever
I
needed.
do.
You're going last and have advantage.
I don't know if that's true. All right,
You
I'm
are
ready.
powerful. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Brian and Current fight Oslo, and Current takes their pigtails. Brian almost dies. Current brings her back to the party. Ystira heals Brian, cuts her hand off. Adriel heals Ystira, almost kills them both. Maro pulls Adriel off. Gideon and Misha are cute. Winona.
Sorry.
Mods, can I have a poll of who won? Thank you.
That's not okay. Is it 17 seconds?
Yeah. Great. Perfect. Beautiful. Oh, wow. What a gift to me all of that was. Well.
Didn't you all forget Kita? No, Kita went first.
Yeah, Kita went
Kita
first, which
nominated
is
herself.
the most powerful move I've seen to date. It's
True.
11 out of 10. Big fan. Big fan. So, speaking of fans, I think everybody knows who you are. Do you just want to introduce yourselves at the end? I'm having a hop in vibe, but if you all want to take a moment,
Yeah, we can introduce ourselves at the end. That's fine.
Yeah. All right. I want to get to the sauce. I'm feeling the sauce in my heart.
All right.
But first, we must check the dashboard for real this time. So,
What do you mean for real? We already
Updates.
checked it.
no, we have to discuss that there is now a check mark at Get Brian's Colossal Wound Healed.
Yeah, Brian, you don't have a
That is
fucking
now
excuse anymore.
present. Brian soon has been added to your list of the fallen. Your party is split. Your allies and rivals still stand. None of your quests have progressed from last episode. Just a thing to simmer on.
My
Now,
excuse is gay jam, just like for the record.
it's not even with you. You put it in a
Right.
drawer.
It exists.
You can't put jam in a drawer and then evoke its meaning.
Maybe you should
That sounds like a
break the
Pete
jar.
Wentz lyric.
Yeah, I just quoted the Mountain Goats.
Right. Okay.
Oh my
I will listen to
god.
a Mountain Goat song. Please.
Please.
All right. Any final words? Any final questions before we get started? Before we get into the
I
sauce?
love you.
I love you.
Love
Stay
you.
back.
I love you so much.
I
love
love
you
you.
all very much. Thank you for all of the additional contributions to the Chaos Bar. I hope to keep seeing them coming. Chaos would be desired this episode, just from a personal point of view, but I understand. I'm just saying, I've got some good ones. Now, I usually make some of you play rock, paper, scissors. And I've maybe gotten some notes that doesn't work in a streamed environment. So I've gone ahead and elected someone to go first this time. But if I get any emails about it, we're going right back. So, thank you for the $50 contribution, Mommy. There we go. Sorry.
Thank you.
The username said Mommy. I was just looked at like I would fallen off the deep end. All right, here we go. So, yes, you all recapped it pretty well. But I know a lot of you kind of missed the end there, so I'm going to bring us all right back there. Give you a little recap of my own. Sort of like the Elwoods, like, where are they now segment at the end. Where are they right now? Great question. So, of our 5 heroes, one is inside the blushing pair, creating a blanket fort with Misha Asyarov, the royal family member who is currently disguised as Julian. Molly, congrats on inspiration.
Molly, congrats on inspo, baby.
53% of the vote. Killing it.
Oh, thank you.
After that, next we have also separated a current who was told to go chase down Simpira to help heal Ystira by Morrow, no less. Closer to together, we have Winona, who is standing outside of the door at none less than the Hawk House of Hawk Mongress. You're kind of playing bouncer. There seems to be a lot of drama going on inside. Just a reminder, because I don't know if you remembered from last week, I've gone ahead and said that you can hear clearly everything that's being said up there. So, and then the closest to together party members, we have a Brine who is kind of half holding on to a recently revived Ystira Pressfiend, who, if I recall correctly, is your ex-girlfriend who gave you a jar of jam. And then standing right above the two of you is her fiance, Morrow, who you have just said the words, "She's fine now, no thanks to you." And ooh, funny how I remember those.
It was just she's fine.
Verbatim.
She's fine now?
No, just she's fine.
She's fine.
I think that now just really kind of resonates with me in the unspoken way. Across from that, the person who actually did heal Ystira, though I feel there's a lot of just sort of subtle credit being taken in that other statement, is Adriel, who conveniently, if we will remember, had kind of hulked out in the angel way there for a moment. Glowing eyes. Unfortunately, you felt the power escalate beyond your control for a brief moment, and Mara was able to, in some way, intervene. There, her eyes glowing gold in the effort, a thing you have yet to unpack. And Adriel, we're gonna start with you.
Oh.
And it's just gonna be a really, brief moment.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the honestly only whole place of Hawk Mongress still, just because no one was in here fucking shit up during the brawl. The bed is still intact. The rug is nice. I think if you looked out the door that is currently closed with Winona on the other side, you'd see like broken pillars and ripped down curtains, but it's fine in here.
Right.
So you see like a really nice queen bed with like a velvet blanket on it. You see Brine holding Ystira, whose hand still looks not perfect, I would say. And then you see Morrow, who was just told the words,
Chaos? Chat? Yeah.
Hey.
305.
Hey.
I'm gonna turn up the chaos bar if y'all want a second chaos.
Okay, one moment of chill coming your way, besties. You got it. You got that.
Yeah, heard it.
One moment
Heard.
too late.
Heard. All right.
Thank
That's
you.
gonna have some consequences for right now, huh?
All right.
You know, besties, you're just gonna have a chaos several moments. This has been our first chaos bar in a long time. I appreciate it greatly. I think you'll see the chaos moments when you see them tonight.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, chat.
Thank you, chat.
Another chaos
keep
bar
it
just
going.
says level 2. Will
Let's
you?
keep it going.
But that's up to you. I'll amp it up as need be. So, chaos you ask for, chaos you shall get. It is time to face your consequences. But Brian, I just thought you were going to be punched in the teeth. Oh, how plans change. Adriel, looking at this queen-sized bed, right below it, sitting next, Brian, Ystira, Morrow standing above them. You are having a hard time staying on your feet. You haven't exerted this much power since you saved Misha from being assassinated. And last time, it took you like 3 days until you felt like you could stand again.
Right.
It took you down, and Gideon was the person who healed you back up. I also think that Gideon was maybe the only one who could have recognized those signs. However, Gideon is not there. But a very angry Morrow Graham is, because if we do recall just moments ago, she's fine, no thanks to you, was just said in regards to her partner of many years. Remember, they're getting married in 3 days. You have interrupted their bachelorette party because you have almost gotten turned into basically a fae zombie. Ystira almost killing herself in the process of trying to bring her back, to bring you specifically, her ex-girlfriend, back to life. You have looked up into her fiance and said, she's fine, no thanks to you. And Adriel, you see this, and it's almost like watching a bad joke get told in the Hangover series, in that you are praying this moment will end. And it doesn't. It's like time slows as you watch slowly Morrow's eyes, the gold having previously flickered and begun to die out, reignite severalfold. Can I get an Arcana check from you, please, Adriel?
Yes, absolutely. You can. I'm gonna luck on that.
Okay.
Just really quick
That's
while you're
better.
rolling, I'm
22.
grabbing a blanket because I'm freezing. 1 second.
Grab your blanket. Get cozy.
You need
Brian. Adriel, you are passing out.
Oh, yeah.
Your body is falling to the ground, and you don't know if this is real or not. But with a 22, that little voice in your heart says that's too much to be unreal. You are falling, your head cascading to the side, curls hitting the floor before your head does. Just at that tilted angle, you look up at Morrow, who hasn't even looked at your falling body. They are so taken back and enraged. And you swear for a second you see a pair of wings at her back. And you are unconscious. Please roll me a religion check as I move on now. Current! You have been told, find Simpira, any cost. Where are you, bestie?
Let's see. So we ran out of the room. I guess I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go to where the party area is and see if Simpira had returned into.
Yeah, go
like,
ahead and
the
give me
main-
just a perception or investigation. I would allow
Okay.
either at this point, for sure. And then we can see how that resolves.
That's good. Roll 20 decided to refresh. 1 moment.
Hey, she's got to freshen up. She knows she's got a big night ahead of her. Did I just categorize Roll 20 as a she? Yes, I can do that though because I work there. That's the law. 17 religion. Thank you, Adriel. Chaos 1. We're about to get it, I think.
Okay, and I'm doing what check? A perception check?
Yeah, perception or investigation. I would let you decide.
Okay.
An 11 perception
11.
check. Man, it is taking you a while. You're looking around, you're looking like through sort of the hordes of bodies, you're trying to find like where she is, and it's taking you a little long. You can ask someone and hope that they like you and will tell you, or you can bite the bullet and maybe take a little bit of extra time finding her yourself. What do you do?
I think that maybe I'll take a little extra time to try to find her, just because Current's like really reluctant to want to go to her for help.
Right. Yeah. Cool. So I'm just updating. Misha's not here anymore. Okay. So yeah. So you're looking around. There's about another like 2.5 minutes maybe before you're pretty confident that she's not here. Do you want to poke your head out the front and see if she's leaving?
Yeah, I'll poke my head out.
Okay, yeah. So, you go ahead and try to see if you can find catch her while she's leaving. So you head out the front of Hawk Mongress, of course, close to the gates, close towards outside of the city. On the other side of basically on the other side of the Guild Pakas Ravnica. Incorrect. The Gilded Gate, which basically keeps non-Terrapinian members. You're on the outside of that, just to refresh you. You poke your head out, and you actually, as you poke your head out, you hear like the whip of like someone like giddying up. You would hear that noise would make you think of horses, right, in Kurthus, because the royals and the Arcanon would use them to get around. Maybe sometimes nobles would use them, but they're, given that Kurthus is just like one city, it's seen as almost a little superfluous. But that, so like parades, right? That sound makes you think of parades. This is not a parade, to clarify. This is actually, let me go ahead and ping this up nice and big. This is Impera's ride taking off. So there is this carriage. If you want to roll me a nature check to see if you know what is at the front of this carriage, I'd be happy to tell you about it.
Should I be able to see the carriage?
See have I not pulled you all to the... I never do this. Come on over to the Hawk House page, will you? And by the way, if I start and you've been at the dashboard for a real long time, go ahead and remind me. Okay. So yeah, so you now can you see Impera's whip?
Oh yeah.
All right, perfect. So yeah, so you see this beginning to take off to go back into Terrapine Greater. So go ahead and roll me a nature check to see if you know what that is.
Can you send it to us again?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
All right, that is a
actually,
9.
You're not seeing it. Rejoin as a player.
I am in as a player.
Okay.
Babe.
Okay, cool. That would be like the way that it wouldn't show up.
Yeah. I see it. It's just too big for me to show chat all the way.
Oh no! Should I have made it a square?
Yeah,
I was so indecisive. I'll make a square next time.
Thank you.
But here, I'm putting it on the map too, so you can see it on the map.
Thank you.
The whip can be shown. So yes, the whip. A 9. Whew.
Here we go.
Current, you don't know what the fuck that is at the front of the thing. That is a large lizard with spikes on its back and many more legs than you feel it should have. Cool. It it looks at you. And can I go ahead from you? Just can I get a Constitution saving throw for just funsies?
Yeah.
Thanks, bestie.
That is a 21.
21. You make eye contact with this big lizard for a second, and you feel like your skins and bones and mass are freezing in place. And it takes you kind of a moment of feeling like you're kind of like snapping a glow stick, but on your whole body to kind of like snap out of it as you feel you've kind of navigated around some sort of natural predator instinct of this creature. And while you were doing that, you were actually able to see Nakia walking away from this ride. So she obviously had been maybe having some form of conversation with hers truly, and she is turned around. You see that there is a person standing next to her. Looks like, oh, you're the wrong one. This, you would recognize her. She was actually sitting at the booth for Isis Fidelity when you tried to get in for the first time. So you see this red-headed girl standing next to her, and you see Nakia turn around and like bark some kind of order at her. And this girl basically runs right past you back inside. And Nakia is watching this girl run back inside and sees you standing right at the door. She extends one finger, points, and goes, "You!" and starts walking towards you.
Current's gonna just turn and look straight at her and go, "Hey, Nakia. What can I do for you?"
Okay, yeah. I love that. What can I do for you? She's striding over in these big, long strides. She has actually, while she's walking over, she kind of does that. There's a thing where she kind of flips her cape back a little, and her hand has come to rest at that weird thing on her belt that's just the perfect size. You think that these are holding her cards. And she says, "Current, right?"
That's right.
She looks incensed. She's kind of been very like lackadaisically mean towards all of you pretty much up until this point. This feels very pointed. And she says, "You know," she's saying this while she's striding over. She's saying, "You know, your girlfriend, Gideon, she told me something. She said something very interesting. She said, violence isn't a measure of power. You want to find out?" And right when she says, "You want to find out," you see a card flip out of her belt, a blinding gleam of gold light, and she is holding a staff in her hand. This staff coming up, just a single pull. Oh, actually, hold on. It's almost like I had an image of it at the ready. So almost like a staff coming up. Then at the very front, you see at the very top, you see it has two scales, like the scales of justice almost. If you'd like to roll a religion check to see if you get sort of a feeling or inclination towards this, I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Yeah. That's a 2.
No clue. You notice that I will tell everyone else, as you can see as the words on screen, she summons the scepter of Velxor to her. And so she says, so she basically says, "Want to find out." She summons this sword, this scepter. She brings it down. You feel this pulse of magical energy pass through you. As she says, "I was wondering if you'd like to test that statement with me." As she casts some kind of spell, you are not sure. What we do know is that I am going to need you to roll a saving throw that is a charisma saving throw, please.
It's a 20.
A 20. Ooh. You feel the pulsing energy. and almost like that like goody two shoes gene kind of like kick up in you a little bit, like I'm gonna tell the truth and nothing but the truth. You are a smart girl, and I think that these were actually used a lot at the Arcanon. This is a zone of truth spell. You can pretty safely put that together. So you can get the feeling that she's cast it over you right now, and she points the scepter towards you, almost cloyingly similar to the way that Oslo pointed hers, and says, "I'll give you one chance. Where's Ystira Pressfiend?" And she's very close to you. She's about to be on you.
You want to know where Ystira is?
And your surprise kind of takes her surprise. She kind of like comes to a little bit of a stop right in front of you. She's maybe 8 inches from you. But I think that means you're close enough to kind of see the surprise. She says, she's kind of putting the staff kind of at her side. She says, "Where is she?"
Well, weren't you just talking to Simpira? Why do you...
Yes, which is how I know she's in need of assistance. Where is she? Come on.
She's here. She's inside.
Where?
She's upstairs. I was told by
She walks
Morrow.
past you. just that shoulder checks you. Oh, as like that's literally it. That's all she needed. Meanwhile, we cut now to Winona. You are standing at the door. You've been doing a very great bodyguard job. Those are the words so far. When a kind of like slinky, troublemaking redhead kind of comes around one of the pillars by the door and says, "Hello.
Hi.
Is my guild member Ystira through that door?"
Who are you?
"I am Von Switch, one of the best assassins of fidelity."
Why would I let an assassin?
"I'm looking for my guildmate, Ystira Pressfiend. Is this where she lies?"
Are you okay?
"I must report back. Is this where she is?" "I'm fine."
Can I roll a perception check?
If you would like to roll an insight check on this person.
Insight check.
you are
Okay,
free
cool.
to.
How do you spell her name?
VANMESWYTCH. Let me just make that name placard visible for everyone. All right.
That was 6.
6. Man, maybe the murders really got to her or something. She says, "I must know. It is a matter of the guild."
I'll let you know, but I'm not letting you in.
"It is not I who seeks to enter. This means she's here. Goodbye." And she's off. You've now met Von Switch. And so I think that current are you choosing to follow Nakia at this point?
Oh yeah. Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm like
you're-
stopping straight after her, like going, I thought she was gonna ask me about, she was mad about the pigtails, and I think I'm just like talking to myself as I'm like just following right behind her.
Yeah. So you're following right behind her. You're like having to run to keep up with her. She is like she's like shoving people. It is not good party etiquette. I will say this with 100% confidence. Uncool. Yeah, you're racing right behind her. While you're kind of like in this, you see Von Switch like pop up in front of us and say, "I have secured the," and she just gets shoved aside as well by Nakia. As Nakia's like beelining it. Up these stairs. Winona, I'd like to pause and come back to you because
Yes.
in the moments between Von Switch leaving and Nakia arriving, some things that are bad begin to happen.
Motherfucker.
You hear in the other room, "What did you just say to me?"
Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ.
we cut now to Brian. Brian, you are in this bedroom. Your friend is passed out. I don't know if you've noticed. You are holding Ystira, who actually in these few moments after you saying this has basically reacted to like you have like dropped her in a pool of boiling water. She has like in pure shock kind of like shoved herself away from you and kind of toppled onto the ground. And gold smoke is pouring from Maro's eyes as she looks down on you. Winona, you are hearing all of this.
I think you heard what I said. Do I need to repeat myself?
I was giving you a chance to take it back. Go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
Absolutely, bestie. As I throw this dexterity saving throw, I want you to know that Brian says, absolutely not. You've had her in danger all these years and never done a damn thing about it. And that's a 24.
Okay, so yeah, so you can tell me what happens next. The following does happen, but you can take narrative of what happens following this point. So, say
quick,
those words for me.
Oh, chill. I didn't tell you when it was going to happen, chat. Everybody just...
Yeah, not chill yet. No,
anyway, carry on.
Yeah, so Maro, just in a smooth movement, takes a light step over Ystira, scoops you, like, bends over, takes your collar, and pushes you up on the wall so that you are eye level with her. And says, "Who the fuck do you think you are?" You are acting so entitled to this woman's time, this woman's body, this woman's magic, and this woman's heart, and you have no fucking right. Winona, this is what you are hearing. I would need a Constitution saving throw from you now, Brian. Okay. And now you can control what happens next.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing this after hearing everything else. And, you know, I was going to rush in there.
That's a 2 on that Constitution save, bestie.
I was gonna rush in there. I had half a thought, like, you know, Brian just finished getting recovered, but then she pulled some fuck shit, and now she's getting told about it.
Pulled some fuck shit.
So I think I'm gonna stand out here just a little longer and see what happens, and if I desperately need to go in, I will.
Ignore that. I pressed the wrong dice.
But I'm listening and I'm waiting.
Yeah. I love that. First and foremost, I love that so much. I'm going to ask you to take inspiration, and that's the first time I've done this live. But I think that's so tasty. Please take inspiration for that. Take inspiration for staying out of this business. Maro picks you up, Brian, shoves you against this wall, and you can actually look down, sort of as you're. And see that her hands are beginning to glow the same gold as Adrielle's. And you feel the searing heat begin to disrupt your skin. 6 points of radiant damage, please.
Okie dokie. If I knew how to use my character sheet, that would be so much easier.
Okay, that's fun. What happens next?
Oh, wait, question actually.
Concerned?
I'm sorry. No, actual like table clarification question. So I was at 0 hit points, and then
she brought you back up to half
hit points. Okay.
Yep.
So, and I just took 6 damage. You said?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I was like, this says I have 0, and that doesn't make sense because I'm conscious now. Okay.
It's
so
about to make sense.
I think Brian kind of looks down at like all of this happening, and like she's mad and she's like shaking a little bit. And I think she takes a second and she's just kind of observing this like gold light sort of pouring off of Maro, and she's just kind of like her legs dangle in the air where she's like pinned up against the wall because she's very small. And then she looks Maro in the eye And she says, it's got nothing to do with entitlement and everything to do with making sure the person you love is not a fucking slave.
Ooh. Okay.
And then she says, put me down before I make you put me down.
I'm gonna X card the word slave. You want to give me a different one?
Yes, absolutely. Puppet.
Ooh, I like that one better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So
Can you, for editing's sake, say the whole line for me,
ooh,
please?
give a whole take. Yeah, can I just get you in the vocal
Yes.
studio? Can I get one whole take, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. She looks Maro in the eye and she says, it's got nothing to do with entitlement. It's got everything to do to make sure. Wait. Oh my God, I can't do it. Okay, I'm trying.
All right,
again.
just start from the top. Can I get a more? Sorry, keep going.
It's got nothing to do with entitlement. It's got everything to do with making sure the person you love is not a puppet. Now put me down before I make you put me down.
Yeah. Persuasion check on the put me down. Did we get that?
Nope, but I will
Can I
roll
get
it
it?
for you. 17 on the persuasion check.
Okay. Yeah, there is a you don't take more damage. Good for you. You are still up against this. I think you get the feeling though, like you know how to get out of this. I think you have that security kind of in your brain. As you are posted up against this wall, she says, you're the only one here who doesn't think that her choices are her own. She is in this guild of her own accord, and I respect that as a partner.
In this guild of her own accord. Nothing happening. No persuasion. Making her act certain ways. Do you know her at all? How long have you been together?
You at that point okay. Yeah. We cut now towards that's about to get way worse, huh? After you said that, huh? That's not good. You inflamed it further. This is what we just did. Okay. Winona, you are hearing this dumpster fire happening through the door, and at that point, I think Current, you are like walking up these steps, right? You're back here walking up these steps. You kind of like see it at the same time Nakia sees it. Winona is in Nakia's way. Do you do anything to negate that scenario?
I think I'm going to like try to very commandingly just tell Nakia to stop.
Interesting. Yeah. So, can I actually get an insight check from you?
Yeah. 22.
I think like it's a very anime moment when like the head whips to the side, and like the head whips to the side. You see like one tear kind of like fly through in anime, like the frame would slow down and the little tear would have like a little diamond on it before like the rest of her head whips into frame, and she turns and she says, she needs healing now. We do not have time to stop, and then turns back around.
We can make sure we could go and see and make sure she's okay. We can go in together.
She's still walking. Are you kind of like saying this as you're walking side by side with her?
And then I think I'm going to turn my attention to Winona. Winona, is there any word of any change?
I wouldn't go in there right now if I were you.
Can I get a strength saving throw from Winona, please?
Yes. Oh my God, a 9.
Yeah, so that's yeah, she's gonna shove you out of the way.
Okay.
Yep, just enough. Yep. So you say, I wouldn't go in there if I were you. Winona, you feel a hand on your shoulder as she brings it around like this, throws you to the ground. You don't take any damage, but it doesn't look good in front of Current. I'll say that much. And then you two watch Nakia kick the door down. No ceremony whatsoever. down on the ground, her heeled boot. As Winona, you are kind of tossed to the side. Current, you're right there next to her. Nakia has kicked the door down. Brine, you have noticed that your words have caused golden smoke to only pour further into the room. Her hands beginning to brighten up again. I think you see that there is now a hand on Maro's shoulder. Ystira has come to stand up and say, oh my God, what would she even begin to say? How would you even tolerate any of this? Yeah, I think she's just gonna say, this needs to stop right now, both of you.
I told her to put me down.
Oh, yeah. I think at that point, Maro says, oh, you think I'm gonna put you down? I'm gonna fucking put you down, all right. And that is the last thing that happens before Nakia holds the scepter out. There is a blinding blast of light, and Maro freezes. Held in place by some kind of spell that Nakia has cast. She's fast, she's quick, she is quick to solve scenarios. Maro is frozen. Which kind of, oh man, that does kind of make it uncomfortable, Brian, because now you're not like being held up by
I'm like
strength,
hanging.
and now it's like your shirt, and now
Yeah.
and now it's harder to get out because now it's like your shirt is a trap.
I'm gonna wiggle out of my shirt and drop onto the ground.
Can I get a dexterity check from you just to see how
Yeah.
well you do that and how much you don't
Just
embarrass
a-
yourself?
Great dexterity check, or
Yeah,
would that be
yeah.
acrobatics?
You can do an acrobatics if you'd like.
Okay. An 18.
Yeah, you don't look silly. Congratulations. As you just kind of slip out of it like it's a slip and slide. I think like in the time it takes you to do that though, you see Nakia race to Ystira and actually kind of comes to support her by like holding her elbows as she kind of gets closer. Right as she like, and so they're like very close to each other as Nakia comes in to kind of like support her. And then you see the most genuine moment from Nakia yet. She goes, Ystira, are you okay? I'll go get Alonia. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't dying on the ground. And I think at the same, they're both kind of talking over each other at the same time. Ystira's like, I'm fine. Something happened. I don't know what. I'm back. And at the same time, Nakia's going, Samira said she wasn't going to help, and I thought Alonia would be the next best bet. I was gonna, and Ystira's like, no, something's happened. I need you to, actually, God. And Ystira kind of lilts again.
Brian's gonna instinctively like take a step forward, even though Nakia's right there.
Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna roll an attack from Nakia, just sort of to get one sort of feeling on that. Does a 20 hit your AC?
I'm 99% certain, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Nakia kicks you in the chest and sends you like 4 feet backwards.
Do I take any damage?
Literally just no. She's like she's holding her. She literally just and then just sends you backwards. Is that more of the reaction you were looking like at from her? She just kicks you to the side.
I think she like Brian like drops to all fours and she's like fucked up still. And I think she actually like
it hurts.
She coughs from like the lack of air and then she just like spits blood on the floor and says, "Thanks for that."
They're ignoring you.
Yeah.
At that point, can I get a Constitution saving throw from Adriel? You're first, please. I'm gonna need 2 successes for you to wake up. The DC is 14. At that point, miss. At that point, after a moment, she like kind of like braces herself, and you actually see that Nakia kind of like takes the staff at that point, and you notice that when she kind of flicks her hand like this, in a moment, it's back to a card, and she's putting it to the side, and then her hand's back supporting her. We cut now. Winona Current, how did the whole like falling on the ground situation go?
I just get back up and I dust myself off. I'm like, okay. Fucking, I'm ready to go in. The door is off the hinges. There's no point in us standing outside anymore. Who are we protecting?
Look,
Like-
I understand she's upset, but she's gonna get fucked up for that one.
They what?
I know just as much as you. I went outside. She was here. I thought she was gonna be mad about the pigtails. Wasn't mad about the pigtails.
The
Ask for
pigtails?
well, yeah, I gotta fill you in. I may have Oslo's pigtails in my bag. It's been a night.
Let's what did I do to deserve?
I'm so sorry, Winona.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just go. Let's go inside.
Yeah,
Let's go inside. I'm going upstairs. I'm fucking going upstairs.
While that conversation was happening, I think back in the room, Brian, you hear this kind of very quick conversation. It's very sibling speak, right? So it's happening super fast. They're finishing each other's sentences, and it's like on top of each other. I'm one person, I can't do that. But you kind of hear Ysera, after she kind of regains, she's like, I actually need you to, I need you to go get your girlfriend. She's the magic she's using. I told you you couldn't take her to Mirage City. Her and Gemma should have never been taken there. And at the overlapping, you hear Nakia saying, I can't leave right now. Did you just see Morrow? That's clearly another one of those episodes you were talking about, and I'm not going to leave you alone with that. What do you think? You need to rest. And then it's happening. It says, this wouldn't even have happened if you had taken them. If you hadn't taken them to Mirage City. None of this would have happened, wouldn't it? And now Oslo has Gemma somewhere, and she's going to kill Gemma because she thinks that's what you want, and you need to fucking figure this out because it's your problem. You did this. And this fight is building between the two of them as Current and Winona, you enter the room. This is now the point where you both see that Adriel is passed out on the ground and no one is attending to her.
I'm gonna immediately rush over to Adriel.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Brian, what are you doing? As you've been wheezing on the ground, you finally caught your breath. What's your next move?
She's gonna push herself to a standing position. And she's just kind of like, I think she has her head cocked a little bit and she's just listening to this fight between the two of them. And then she clocks when Current and Winona come in.
This is move your own token duty. I'm moving you two for this is your one. No, I was talking to Current and Winona, no worries. You can keep going though.
And she I think she's just kind of like standing and listening. And then when there's like a tiny pause, like the tiniest of tiny pauses in this argument between Nakia and Ysera, I think she clears her throat and she says, what makes you think Gemma's the one leaving that fight dead?
Yeah, they both look over to you at the same time, and then they look back at each other in silence, like kind of a silent question being passed between the two of them. And then Ysera looks back at you and says, if it's her magic that knocked you out, that's Flux magic, and she shouldn't have that. She shouldn't have that, Nakia, should she? And she does now. What the fuck is up with that, huh? You're her girlfriend.
So she has flux magic. What are you just letting her run around?
I'm sorry,
with
are we
that?
talking to you, Brian? And it's actually Ysera that has turned around and said that to you. You hear her voice like cracking as he sends you like a scathing glance.
She says, no, you are talking to me, but it's certainly my fucking problem now, isn't it?
Since when?
Since it started to
Since
involve
you've
everybody
stormed
that
back
I'm
into
here
my
with.
life?
Oh, Jesus. Are we doing this again? I told you I didn't come here to fuck up your life, Ysera. I didn't make that choice.
I will handle this. I will handle this right now for you. All of them. Nakia says this.
I look at Current and
Brian
I'm
just
like,
puts a hand up at Nakia like this. Keep going, Winona. Sorry.
I know that you've got Adriel, but I literally need to cart this tiny person outside.
Look, Winona, I'm not gonna blame you for what you have to do right now.
I turn around. I get up, I turn around, I look at Brian, and I essentially did what Morrow did to Brian. Just pick her up by her
I have
shoulders.
legs. I can walk.
Don't fucking worry about it. We're going outside.
You just pick
Treat
her
me
up.
like a goddamn child. She like kicks her legs a little bit.
Because you've been fucking acting like one. Now shut up. We're going outside.
Fine.
Perfect. Brian, can I get a perception check for you as you are carted outside unceremoniously?
Absolutely.
Thanks, bestie.
That's a 16 on the perception check.
16. Okay, I will resolve that 16 for you in a moment.
Can I also ask a quick question
Question
that was on my mind that I forgot
Mhm.
to ask, and it's fine if you don't want to answer it at this point. Did Ysira still have that carnation in her hair that I gave her at the bash earlier?
With that 16 perception check, you can see it sticking out of her pocket. We continue.
Thank you.
The carting current. You are kneeling in front of Adriel's body. What are you doing next?
I think I'm just going to kind of like bend, like kind of reach up to cradle underneath Adriel's head and just kind of gently kind of like rouse, try to get her to come to.
Okay. Yeah. Are you using any kind of spells? Are you relying on sort of the medical knowledge that the Arcanon taught you? What do you think?
Let's see. 'Cause you're not hurt, right? You're just passed
Just knocked out. I'm just passed out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you don't have any spells, we can just have you roll a medicine check. But if you
I think
had a
I'll just
spell,
roll
it
a
is gonna
medicine
kinda
check and just
automatically
kind
bring her
of
back.
like
Okay.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'll just do a medicine check and I'm just kind of like
Sounds perfect. Let's
know,
see it.
saying her name and trying to
Above a 14, we'll just bring her back entirely. Below a 13, it's going to take a minute.
Okay. 15.
Okay. Yeah. Adriel, you are starting to wake up. It's probably going to take you another 30 seconds to come back to current. In those 30 seconds, I think Ystira turns to current, says, "Thank you, current. I really appreciate it. I need something else now."
Yeah, sure. What can I do?
Where was the last you saw Gemma and Oslo?
They were at Fidelity, in the front of Fidelity Bank.
Nakia and Ystira turn to each other, and in just like a very Disney Channel, like right before we cut to commercial moment, they both say, "The cellar," at the same time. We move on now to where do I want to go? I think I'm gonna tease us with Misha and Gideon a little bit longer. I want us to want it. So I think I just wanna go back to Brian and Winona, who was carting out Brian, who was still shirtless. I do have to clarify.
I stop before we get right outside, and I put my jacket on Brian because Brian needs
his shirt. That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Brian, while you are passing through this party, you see someone you have not gotten a moment with yet. You see Gavron, the Hawkmongress member who took your father to safety, doing a keg stand. Guildmaster Meritos is holding his feet up.
Is he doing well? Is he like?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
like,
actually,
excellent.
hold on. Let me just hold on.
Like, how's his
Let me
form?
Very fucking good. Yeah, no,
Cool.
pretty dang good. Not the best you've ever seen, but it can hold his own at a party for
She
sure.
doesn't say a single thing. I just wanted her to have that knowledge for
All right.
the future.
Yeah. The jacket gets put on you right after you notice that, and then Winona, you bring Brian outside. We continue.
What is going on with you?
What do you mean? What's going on with me?
You. I understand that there's a lot happening right now.
That's one way to
And-
put it.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's one way to put it. And I know that I am an outsider looking at your life, but I am also somebody that gives a shit about you, and your mouth is literally going to get you killed for real.
Who gives a shit if it gets me killed for real? At least I will be
I
fucking...
fucking give a shit if it gets you killed for real. I came down here to help you.
I know. I'm
And
sorry.
we have other friends now. You can't.
You know, having
Apologizing
friends
isn't gonna take
overrated,
that.
Winona. What? Overrated. You should have talked me out of
Really?
this. When I told you we were coming, what? It's
Having
not your
friends is
fault.
overrated?
Not.
After all of the fucking effort that everybody went through to keep your ass alive, having friends is overrated. That's what you're going to choose to say? To me, who probably could have been back at home doing God knows whatever. What the fuck? I don't care. That's besides the point. I'm here with you now. We're in this. And I know that you know that. But you're going to literally, as if you haven't almost already, get yourself killed multiple times. And I do not want to be here when you die at the hands of something that you don't even care about. What the fuck is happening?
You're right. When I told Gideon I was coming down here, it was with every intention of keeping her alive and keeping Adria alive and doing everything in my power to make sure that they made it back to that godforsaken floating fucking city. And I haven't managed that at all. And I think some of that's been out of my control because
Some of it definitely has. And I am giving you 100% grace for that.
And I didn't know that coming back here would feel like this. And I didn't know that seeing her would feel like this. And I didn't know that trying to navigate any of that was going to feel like this. And this is why I try so hard not to care about people, is because what ends up happening is that it all fucking falls apart. And I turn back into that sniveling little loser that I was when I lived here.
You don't have to, though.
I don't know how to stop.
Like, how do I say this? It's going to be life or death, every decision that we make down here. I understand. And I mean, I've only been through so much, right? I'm not a fucking table, whatever the Carthenian version of therapist is. I'm not that. I can't, pursue with that knowledge. But what I will say is that we need to get our head in the game. I'm so sorry.
To quote the great arcanic priest Bolton, Troilus Bolton, we have to keep our head in the game.
Yeah. Sorry. And I just totally lost my train of thought. And shit's gonna happen, and we need to be prepared for everything. And I know it sucks. I know it fucking sucks. But shit has moved on without you being here. Life has gone on, and you've also gone to live your life as well. The memories probably hurt like hell. I don't know what this feels like. But you've gotta figure out a way to deal with it while we're in the middle of this. Not that your feelings aren't valid, because they are. And it fucking sucks to see somebody that you love with somebody else and you don't even trust. But all the things that you said in there, 100% uncalled for. She literally put her life on the line for you.
Yeah, well, she wouldn't have had to do it. She wasn't doing any of this. If she wasn't working with this fucking guild.
And who can control that? I'm not saying that we just have to let it happen because it's fucking unfair. But you can't go back and change time, fam.
No, but I can maybe fix things for the future so that it's not like this anymore.
And acting the way that you did is not going to help that. If anything, Morrow needs to be your fucking ally for that to happen.
That would...
You laugh, but tell me I'm lying.
Okay, so let's say that I work with Morrow and we manage to actually pull Ystir out of this situation.
Mm-hmm.
What on earth makes you think that either of them is going to let me live through that situation?
Well, you have a fucking team that gives a shit about you. Remember when you said friendship was overrated? You've got a fucking squad willing to fucking try to do everything to keep you alive. Remember why I came down here?
Yeah, I remember, but like...
Yeah!
Winona... You telling me to work with Morrow? Are you going to try to make amends with Key? If it came down to that, if that was what you had to do, is that what you would do? Would it be so simple for you?
No, I'm not saying... Did I ever say it was fucking easy? Did I ever say it was easy?
Is it even possible?
I don't fucking know, but if I were put on the fucking line, maybe. If I had to save your fucking ass and I had to work with Key to do it, fucking maybe. Fucking maybe. And I don't want to fucking test that theory. But I give a shit about you.
I give a shit about you too, but I think the reason you don't want to test that theory is because you know it's a little bit bullshit, Winona. It's not that simple to put that kind of shit aside.
I never said it was easy. Okay.
And I know how strong you are, and I know how powerful you are, and that's one of the reasons that I wanted you down here is because I know that you would have my back.
Yeah.
And have anyone's back that you said you would, but like...
Emotional intelligence is also a part of this as well.
Okay, well... Like I said, it's difficult to navigate these situations without becoming the sniveling little whiner that I was when I lived here. And I understand that I don't have to be. I understand that. I challenge you to return to your childhood home after 11 years away. Find out that your father's been framed for fucking ruining everything. Find out your childhood love is engaged to somebody new and working for the most terrifying woman you've ever met in your life. And handle it with any kind of grace. I'd love to see it.
We cut now to back inside the bedroom, back to the bedroom, back to this bedroom. This conversation keeps, you see Ystira turn back to Nakia and say, you know where they are, you have to go. No one else will know how to get there, and you're the only person who can get there in time. Take Current, you're gonna go. and then Ystira goes, I'll go as well. Current, what are you saying?
What is the cellar? Where are we? Okay.
We're gonna need. So, your other friend too, Winona's gonna come as well.
But when Nakia just body slammed outside the door.
Nakia says, Winona's coming as well. Nakia says, I don't need help because Winona is coming as well. We are going to need all hands on deck. The sewers are a large place. Their ambulances. Okay, so we're gonna go right now. And then Nakia says, what about Morrow? They're about to Hulk out. Adriel, this is the moment you are fully conscious. At that point, Ystira turns her head to the side, sees you are conscious, goes, Adriel gets it. Adriel is one, right? And Asimar, right? That's what you are?
Yeah, also good morning to you too.
Cool, you're the only one I've ever met. You've got maybe 5 minutes before Morrow kind of breaks out from this hold person, or whenever we get 300 feet away, whichever one comes first. Current, we're leaving. Literally, Ystira kind of like walks over and kind of like gently like loops your arm in with her arm and says, you got it? Just pointing at you, Adriel.
Bye?
This is a matter of life and death. I'm sure you understand. Pushes Current out the door with her.
Bye, Adriel! What happened to the door? Adriel's gonna say
Nakia.
as she like very slowly like holds her head and like sits up.
At that point, okay, so Current has been pushed out the door by Ystira. You see this sort of hold person spell that is still taken over Morrow. Nakia like looks over to you and says, It's a hold person spell.
I know what a whole person spell is, Nakia.
You have 3 minutes and 16 seconds left.
Don't you have a world to save?
Yeah.
Yeah, get the fuck out. I'm just so tired.
So she just turns around, she flips you off as she's leaving, and she says, make sure Mara doesn't burn down the Hawk House. Or do. I don't give a fuck. And that's what she says, and she leaves. So yeah, Ystera has like both hands on your shoulders. She's kind of walking you down the stairs. It's all very gentle, very kind. She's just like a woman with a very like strict purpose at the moment. And she says, okay, so have you ever been inside a sewer, honey? That's what she says to you as she's pushing you.
No.
Have you ever heard of a sewer?
No.
Okay, great.
What's a
so
sewer?
Yeah, so what sewers are is they are sort of the disposal system underneath a city. Probably when in Kurthis, it makes sense they'd keep it a secret. People would try to hide there. She's pushing you through the crowds. You kind of hear the clinking of chainmail as Nakia kind of like runs up and like catches up in pace with you. She says, all right, so my best bet is that Gemma and Oslo, they can't fight out in the open for very long before people start intervening. So that's why they're probably went underneath the fountain into the cellar that is underneath the fountain. And then they probably went through that cellar and into the sewer. So what we're going to need to do now is all of us as sort of a team of people who are seeking are going to have to go into the cellar and find them before they can kill each other. The goal, she turns her head back to Nakia, is that neither of them die. Makes sense? She goes back to talking to you, pushing you through the dance crowd.
So, but you're all in the same, we're all in this guild together.
Yeah,
Why
all
are
of us,
we
one
trying
guild,
to
one
kill
family. Makes
each
sense,
other?
honey. Yeah, pushes you out the door. So yeah, when Ystera pushes Curran out the door, Winona, Brine, will you tell me what Current sees?
Brian is swimming in Winona's jacket.
It's like the Letterman jacket, right? So your sleeveys are all
And
long.
it's well, and not
and
only
stiff.
that, but like I think
Mhm.
it probably goes to like her ankles. Like it's long, and she's just like cartoon character, like kind of hunched to keep it on her shoulders. And she's just like looking up at Winona, and I think they probably come out to her yelling like, I dare you to come out and find the woman that you were in love with your entire childhood, engaged to somebody else, and handle this with any kind of grace. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Winona, I think you're the only one to see like everything. You see Brine yell that. You see Ystera push Current like by the shoulders, kind of like out gently, very gently, just very firm. Just kind of like guide her sternly out the door. So it's almost like a little train. So Current here, Ystera behind her, Nakia behind her. The three of them hear Brine say, woman you used to be in love with. And you, and only you, Winona, see Ystera turn around to try to go back inside. And Nakia put her hands on her shoulders and turn her back this way.
How many stooges are in this scene? It's more than
17.
3.
For sure. 7.5 stooges. So yeah, you see this pushing happen. And at that point, I think Nakia like yells over to the two of you, are you done with this?
Actually,
Were we talking to you?
shut the fuck up. Yes, I'm done.
Thank you. We
I
got
love
something to
you,
do. Let's
Brian,
go.
but fuck
You
you.
clasp
Bye.
your hands
Where are we
together.
going? She trips over the jacket as she tries to like follow Winona.
You kind of like zip it up and then you're
I think she like, yeah, she like pulls it up. She like hitches it up. She just looks absurd.
Oh no. Yeah. So I think at that point you go, where are we going? And I think Nakia turns and snaps. We're gonna go stop Oslo and Gemma from killing each other so I can kill Gemma myself. Turns, keeps walking. Ystira right behind her.
Oh, good. Okay, great.
Winona, Current, Brian, what happens to you next?
Listen, I'm sorry I've been so fucking terrible, but can somebody please like help me? I cannot walk in this. I am going to be more of a hindrance than a help.
Can somebody give her a new fucking shirt so I can get my jacket back?
She just unzips it and like drops it, I think.
Cool.
And she says that works.
That's the conversation.
And then she just keeps going. She has no shirt on. That's what we're doing, I guess.
All right, you put your jacket back on, Winona.
I have
Brian
never
doesn't have a shirt on.
considered Brian's undergarments in my lifetime, but I think she's probably wearing like just like a straight across like black band like sports bra type thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the leather straps are still on you somehow.
Yeah, she's still got like her harness and stuff. She's
Yeah.
just not wearing her
Oh, a
shirt.
nightmare. Okay, great. Perfect. So,
So-
yeah, so you're all following Nakia and Ystira, I assume. You don't have to. They would like you to.
Brian is.
All right. Well, the other two, you both in pace.
Yeah, and I think I'm kind of like I'm noticing there's now this silence that has happened now that the jacket has been given back, and I think I'm probably next to near Brian and kind of turning us. So you doing all right?
Who are we asking? Because Brian says she's just fine.
I'm also unclear on who you're asking, but as a player, I'm unclear. Sorry, were you talking to Winona?
Oh,
or were you
sorry, I
talking to me?
was talking to Brian. Sorry.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Brian says, I don't know what that means right now. I don't know how to answer that.
That's fair. Winona, how you doing?
I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
You know, gonna go fight, gonna go do some shit. But friends are overrated. But I'm
That's
fine.
not how I meant it, Winona. That's
Stop
not.
talking.
We cut now. Away from that. As far as I can get away from you have to stay there, but I can leave. I'm leaving now, and I'm going to a nice blanket fort to keep me safe. I'm gonna go be so safe from the world in this blanket fort. Wow. So Gideon, I'm gonna need two things from you. I'm gonna need a general perception check just to see what you've noticed throughout the evening. And I am going to need any sort of roll you would like to make at this moment to support your blanket fort construction.
Okay. All right. Perception check, you said?
Yes, please, Papa.
Okay. And I'm going to use Arcana for the blanket fort. Because I have good stats in it. And these magic nerds would use magic to make a blanket fort.
Okay.
Surely. That's how I justify it.
All right, sure. With
Yeah.
18?
Yes!
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely, yes. We're going to hop now back to the blushing pair. Let me go ahead, and you are all in firmly. Now, did you make this blanket fort in the room that you two rented or in the communal room?
No, in the communal room, and then we dragged our mattresses from our room into this room so we can all sleep in it together.
Okay, have you pulled off the mattresses from the other beds?
No, because I don't want to mess up everyone else's bed space.
That's fair. You might break a jar of jam or something. So you've placed the mattresses down as well. I also think that we pick up about like 3 minutes after Julian looks over to you and says like, do you mind if I chill for a second?
Yeah, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's just, and then in one, quick moment, I think that you actually, for the first time, watch Misha take the crown off their head. As the crown sort of materializes in their hands. You see this crown that is half almost tiara in its thin nature and half gaudy plated crown, rubies encrusted. And they sit on the bed and they kind of like hold it in their lap for a second. And then they're like, oh no, wait, I can do that part. And then they kind of like use their magic to kind of like hold a pillow just the right way for you to like tuck the blankets into. You two have been very, I think, like needlessly magic based about the construction of the blanket fort. And so
I
yeah,
think
you see that they're kind of like,
I think this is one of the first times Misha has seen Gideon be so like disciplined with magic, because they're normally like Gideon all the time around them, but they like see lots of like focus and care, but about a blanket fort right now.
Yeah, I think you're both like almost like in anything you can do. Like I think you would all take turns. Like I think like it would just like kind of like you're just trying to like one up each other each time. I think like you were just arranging the blanket fort a certain way, and then I think next Nisha, they've got their pink hair. It's like very messy down by their face. They kind of like they do this thing where they try to like comb it back multiple times to like focus and like get it out of their face before they take. If you'll recall, last episode they went downstairs and demanded 6 extra blankets. If you would recall, so what they do is they take a few of those blankets and they actually just pin it to the ceilings, so it looks like the stars are only just like peeking through. And kind of bringing more of an ambient faded light to the room. What do you do to one up that, just out of curiosity?
I think Gideon does like little like magic lights, so it's like softly lit under the blankets. It is incredibly cozy, and I think very accidentally romantic. Very like incredibly soft lighting. They like slowly like twirl around the blanket fort.
Yeah. You're like a saxophone just start. Yeah, I think. So yeah, ambient, romantic lighting. I think that the actual lamp that was in this room has already been turned off. I think that all of the like cabinets have been like pushed to like different sides of the wall to act as blanket anchors. So this room's like very fucked up. I think the 3 beds were all pushed next to each other to create one giant bed in the center, right? And then the mattresses are down on the ground below it, right? So you've got a 5 mattress setup. You've got blankets everywhere. You've pulled all of the pillows in. I think Nisha went across the street at a certain point before the crown came off and bought 6 more pillows. I think that they're all like tourism based. So I think that they all say weird things on them, and you can let me know as time passes what you do with your 6 pillows with Terrapinion catchphrases on them. And I think like it's set with that like casting of dancing lights. And there's this pretty healthy pause before Misha goes, now we just we wait for them to get back.
Yeah, just us alone. Gideon's clutching, feeling fine and terrified with a big turtle, giving a thumbs up. Just kind of holding it in the middle of the room. Yeah. You want to play a game? And like Gideon turns quickly and is like fussing with a piece of paper for a second. And then turns back around and is holding... I don't know, like
a fortune teller?
The little, yeah, I always call them cookie catchers. This is a lesson in humanity for me. Like, do you know how to do this, right?
Is
you
the
pick a
folding
thing.
Excuse me? What?
Yeah, you like pick a color and then it's like red,
Burgundy.
R-E. I didn't put fucking burgundy. It's red,
sorry,
green, yellow,
red.
green. Okay, red. R-E-D. Okay. 1, 2, 3, or 4.
4.
1,
No, 3. 3.
3. Okay. Now pick another color.
Duck.
What?
What happens next?
Gideon like flips open. I think they made this earlier at a moment of boredom.
No, sorry. To clarify, Misha's just said the words duck to you.
Oh. Oh, like duck?
You tell me how Gideon perceives this moment.
Duck goose. I say back. Did Misha say it with urgency or just
No.
flat duck?
Quiet stillness. Duck. And you say duck goose. And I think we as an audience see that Gideon, you're kind of standing with your back up against this wall right by the door, folding this. They kind of stood up from the bed and walked over in curiosity. I think we as an audience are gazing through Misha's eyes and see Gideon say, duck goose? And just off the side of her shoulder, we see tens, hundreds of legs from this long, terrifying fanged centipede inches from her shoulders. And that's where we're gonna go to break.
Okay.
Welcome back to Death2Divinity. So happy to have you back from break. Looks like we need to do some drawings to get some dice out here. How's that
Dice
sound?
giveaway! Yeah, we can do that. Sorry, I was fixing my audio because Orion fucked it up as usual. So that's fine. Let's do a dice giveaway. Orion, this is literally not the time, buddy. This is literally the opposite of the time. Kyrie! Please pick up in chat. I'm gonna send that code over to the mods, and the mods will send it to you. Thank you, Orion.
Wow.
Thank you, Rye. I really appreciate that.
He's just excited.
He's being
About
the
annoying.
dice
Is
giveaway.
what he's very excited about the dice giveaway.
Yeah.
Do you want me to pick up with you or with Gideon?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me, baby. You pick up wherever you need to pick up.
I'm gonna pick up with you then.
All right, pick up with
But
me.
before I do, I will demand something of Molly. Molly, the thing I demand.
I'm so sorry.
The thing I do demand from you in this moment is, why did it
Smile.
It's not. Well, I guess we can start there. Can I go somewhere else though, or do you want me to stay there? Oh nope, the train left the station. The other thing I'm gonna need from you is a charisma saving throw at disadvantage.
8.
An 8.
Ow.
Jesus.
Now we're going to go back to Jude.
Hi, hello.
And we'll revisit that 8 later.
All right, before we do this really quick, friends, if you have an RT that going live, tweet your host of the stream. I would appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to support the show. You can also use hashtag Death2Divinity on all the social medias. But yeah, that's it. That's my TED talk.
Well, Ted talks, but Adrielle better get to talking too, am I right? Because 3 minutes and 15 seconds are left now, if you're going by Nakia's word. Adrielle, you are barely conscious. You are still on the ground. Current did not help you up. You are kind of propped up against the wall. You are looking up. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. This figure held by a hold person spell, you can feel the magic kind of pushing at the edges of this spell. It almost looks like crack of golden lightning going around the spell itself, around Morrow, as she is still in this position with Brian's shirt hanging from her hands.
People can talk when they're in hold person, right?
Not this one.
Okay, great. Cool. I just wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think Adri is gonna try to get to her feet.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I think like the urgency brings you the adrenaline you need to be like, okay, I'm fine. A
Right.
little. I think that's kind of what you, and I also think that there is like enough of this kind of magic in the air that it feeds you a little.
Yeah, and I think Adri
In a
gets
way
up.
you probably don't want to talk about.
No. I think Adri gets up. And I think Adri like goes in front of Morrow so that Morrow can see her.
Mm-hmm.
And is like trying to make eye contact with her to see like how powerful this whole person spell is. Like, is Morrow checked in? Is Morrow checked out? Kind of vibe.
Okay. Yeah. Roll an insight check or a religion check or an arcana check for me, whichever you choose.
Let's do an arcana. Let's do that Arcana. That's a nat 1, baby.
Tell me why you can't be smart about this right now.
I think like Adri's like has never seen another Asimar before. And so like yes, there are Asimar and Kurthus, but I don't think Adriel's ever seen one. You know, like Adriel is the only one that she's besides her parents she's ever known. And so much so that like when she was given like the celestial scroll that she has, the person who gave it to her was like, hide this from the crown. They'll take it from you and they'll confiscate it. Right. And so like Adriel doesn't really know a lot, if anything, about Asimars.
Can I get a religion check from you?
Yeah. Nice. 19.
You were 14 when you learned Queen Nakata is an Aasimar.
Okay, I'm gonna take that information. I will deal and process with that on my own time. Anyway, so I think Adri, like, kind of wants to dispel this whole person, but kind of like doesn't know Morrow, right? And doesn't know the extent of Morrow's power, right? And so I think that like, can I do an Arcana check to see like the like strength, like what we're working with here?
That's wait, you
Oh, I did that.
The
Never
7
mind.
Arcana?
Oh, yeah, that's what I did. Okay, sorry.
natural one.
Yeah, that's what I did. Never mind. We're good.
Yeah, we're in the tell me why you can't get there phase.
Right. Sorry, my brain today? Don't know
I
her.
just dealt you kind of a bombshell. I understand.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway. So I think that like it's just she's never felt another Asimar's magic before, and so there is something like akin to like bliss and confusion in this moment. And I think that like she very gently is gonna reach out and like touch Morrow's like shoulder to see if she can like calm down the Asimar form without releasing the whole person.
Ooh. Yes. Absolutely.
With no magic left. We'll see how this goes.
You have failed in the Arcana check to attempt to know or maintain.
Yeah.
If you seek to push yourself, I will let you roll again, given that the strategy be, I would like to try and absorb some of this power as she did for me.
Yeah. I think that's the goal, because that's what she's remembering. Like that's
then
the
I
only
would like
way.
a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. I'm deciding if I want to use a luck point or not on that.
Oh, you finally remembered. I'm so bummed.
I'm sorry, baby. I'll run out eventually. I only have 3 of them.
That's true.
That's better. A 21.
A 21. All right. So I think you put your hand over like this hold person spell that's almost creating this barrier, and every time this lightning is like shooting over her body in these gold streaks, you're like catching it as it passes through your hand, right? And then you feel your veins glowing as you take in more and more of it. With a 21, I think you feel the angel wings sort of fly out from your back in a sharp moment. I think at a certain point, yeah, how much noise do you think you're making?
I mean, the door's open.
Yeah, that's why I am asking. Because I see Guildmaster Meritos here doing a keg stand with Gavron.
How loud is the music?
I see all of Key's lackeys.
How loud is the music?
Drinking by this nearby keg. The music has just come to an end.
Perfect. Great.
And now you literally hear the words, "Now a dance for the couple." So that's what you've just heard.
Perfect. Great. I don't have any magic. If I had magic, this is where silence would be great. But Adriel has no magic right now, which is fine. I think Adri, knowing that she's like absorbed some of Morrow's magic, is now going to release the whole person on Morrow.
Okay. I am going to I'm going to set a roll. I'm going to give it advantage because you managed to absorb some of that magic. I'm going to set a DC at 13 to kind of not Hulk out here. So I'm going to go ahead and do those 2 rolls. It's just going to be raw D20s. 15's all I need. So,
all right.
You go to end this hold person spell. You feel this like flare of magics kind of start. Are you doing anything right off the bat to sort of contain? Or are you just letting Morrow kind of like come back?
I'm gonna let them come back first, and then I'll try and move stuff as I need to.
Yeah, okay, so you pull the hold person spell off, and it's almost like a rubber band snapping. Morrow comes back, and this big gasps as this almost like this spark kind of shoots off of them, but not a wave, not anything super intense, as she like starts frantically looking around, like the shirt actually the shirt incinerates itself as it turns to dust, the only form of collateral from this Hulk out as she comes back. As she's looks at you in sort of this like very large amount of confusion, and is like looking around the room in this panicked moment, and then turns and says, "Yes, where?" And that's like the first words out of her mouth to you.
I think Adri, like very gently, is gonna just like very gently put her hand like in between like her chest and her like clavicle area, and just goes, "Ystera's okay. I need you to breathe. I need you to breathe. Ystera's with Nakia and who the fuck else? Current." And Adri's trying to remember. She's like still slightly out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like you are saying those things, and I think Mara's eyes drift down and see like the blood that's drying. Can I get a persuasion check from you?
Yes. 16.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they say anything for a long moment as those breaths, even though they're still deep, start sort of balancing themselves out. You still feel her body is so like rigid underneath your touch, and alarmingly hot, like physically hot, not metaphorically. And there's this like long pause as you hear like the Meritos kind of like say something like, "Oh, must be dancing on their own them, am I right? Keep it going, ghosts."
I love
and
him.
like, the music kicks back up again.
Thank fuck.
As you hear normalcy sort of return after this long pause. Where is she with Brian?
She's with, I don't know if she's with Brian, actually. She's with Nakia and Current and Winona. But Brian hasn't come back, so she might be with them.
Where did they go?
Fidelity.
She's just looking down where this blood is. They're going to Fidelity. I can't follow them there.
Why?
And Maro kind of like just shrugs her shoulder, and you kind of see that this is the shoulder that this giant hawk tattoo is on. Just obscenely large. Just sort of signifying to you, like, I'm not one of them. I can't get past there. Like, if they're going inside Isa, I can't follow.
Right. Okay. Well, before we worry about that, we should worry about, and Adri kind of tilts her chin up to Maro's wings. Have you...
As Maro turns to look at them, they're gone.
Oh, okay, cool. Never mind. They handled themselves.
Who did? Whose wings?
Your wings.
Your wings. Who is your wings?
Your wing, Maro. The wings that belong to you.
I don't own wings.
You do own wings.
I do not.
You do so.
I would know if I owned wings.
No, not always.
What?
What do you mean, what?
I would know if I had wings. I'm not a bird.
Not only
Only birds have wings.
Adri stopped herself in the middle of her sentence. Do I look like a bird to you, Mara?
You have wings? You do have wings. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insinuate you were a bird. I just forgot that you had wings because no one I've ever met has wings.
Well, you
and I
do.
thought that maybe you had like a backpack that you would put on. I didn't mean to insinuate that people couldn't have wings. I apologize. I'm a little in a moment.
Sit. Adri's gonna say to them.
No, planning is next.
No, sit.
We've gone to Fidelity. We should stay outside
Sit.
and remain as backup. Caecilius
Morrow.
and Evie, where are they?
You don't know?
Is this more about my wings?
No, about. We can't have this conversation here. The door's fucking open.
We're in Hawk House. Who's gonna hear you? Meritos?
Oh, that's true. You should sit. Adri's gonna say it again.
You should sit. Action. Mara starts pacing back and forth.
How is it that they've taken?
So what are we not knowing?
Adri in her brain is like, how have they taken Gideon and Misha and mixed them into one singular person?
Literally. All right, action at this moment.
Our actions are for you to unpack the fact that you're an Aasimar, Morrow. That's.
I'm not an asshole. Brian was being perfectly within her right.
That's not what I said.
Like that.
Hey!
That was fine for me to.
Adri's gonna use all of her strength to be like, hey, and then cough a little bit because she still is like weak.
Okay, now you're sitting. If she's gonna try and take your shoulders and sit you on the bed, will you let her?
I'm gonna grab her arm so she also sits next to me.
You throw her on the bed with you. It's much like Nakia tossing Winona. It's great.
I didn't say asshole. I said Aasimar.
I figured that was just like the Kurthus way of calling me an asshole.
No. Do you know what an Aasimar is?
No.
Okay. How do
Wait. Yes, I do. It's what Fidelity is named after. Ystira told me once, so.
Yes, do you know what they are? Tell me.
They are friends of gods.
Not only friends.
Lovers of gods?
No, not lovers of gods. What the fuck?
You said more than friends.
More than they're like basically like the right hand person to gods. They're the closest thing that in the old world we would have to God, kind of. That
Knights?
We would have. No, not knights.
Champions.
Closer.
Mercenaries?
Wrong.
Brothers in arms.
Also wrong.
Sisters in arms.
Closer. Anyway, not the point.
Mar looks very confused.
You had wings, and your eyes glowed gold, and your veins glowed gold, and Nakia and Ystira said that this has happened before.
Yeah, we just think it's maybe like something that happened when just on a few of my many adventures with my adventuring party. Speaking of my adventuring party that you brought it up, where are Evie and Caecilius?
One thing at a time.
Yeah, that thing first, probably though.
No, we're doing the other thing first. You don't tell me what to do. We're doing the other thing first. So you in times of stress, Hulk out. That is an Aasimar trait. Oh my god. Okay. Adri gets up from the bed.
Is this like a Kurthus cult thing?
It's not a cult. I'm not in a. Well, the church is a whole other story. Being an Aasimar is not in a cult. The Arcanon, another story.
Knights of the God, not everyone, they have wings. But they serve... They work for the gods. They wouldn't be a cult.
Right. They're not
Marl's
a
kind
cult.
of like caught herself. She looks down at the ground.
They're not a cult.
We?
Have you ever flown before, Marl?
Yeah, we have an airship.
No, have you... Have you not on a mode of transportation?
Oh, like with your not backpack? No. Mm-mm.
Okay. I can't even like demonstrate to you or tell you how
But they're not here now.
you
they
can
like an
summon
at-will?
them. No, yeah, they're an
Are
at-will
they, like,
thing.
in your back until you summon them? Is
Yes.
it like a belly button thing? Where they're
Well,
like
they're
in, and then they come
incorporeal.
out? Like,
They're incorporeal, so they're like mine. I mean, they change as you change.
so they're magic.
They're magic, yes.
They're not part of a physical form.
Not necessarily.
We cut now. Gideon.
Hi, Bessie.
Osmond. Have you ever had someone play a prank on you?
I'm normally the one playing pranks, but yeah, there have been retaliation pranks.
Yeah. What was like the worst retaliation prank?
It's something that made Gideon's magic intentionally set off at a moment where it was not supposed to
Like
happen.
a prom, like a full carry. Like,
Yeah. Oh god!
oh no, okay. Yeah, I think Key did that for sure then. No, because Key's not part of your circle. Who's part of your circle? What's her name?
Astrid.
Astrid Valanche. Yes. So yeah. This is worse than that. So I think the first thing you feel, can I also, I almost thought Brian was in the room. Yeah, okay. We pick back up. Centipede, Gideon. Misha says duck. You say duck goose. And then Misha points. And as you turn, can I get a perception check?
Oh. 21.
You see what to the faraway eye would look just like a centipede. But no, Gideon, you are far too close. Along this body and this unspecified vague amount of legs for one of my players, you see that this is not a bug. Instead, you see felt and stitches, neatly, tightly done, going down this form. Oops, too late. You feel a prick in your arm, and your world goes black. 1 beat, 2 beat, you come to, and you're sideways. You're seeing the world from a whole new angle. It's almost like you fell on the floor, but you're still eye level. In fact, you're sideways on the, those aren't my,
Oh.
you are no longer in your form.
What?
In fact, you see glowing purple eyes. From what you see is Gideon Osmond looking down at you and says, "Thanks for the lift." And before, I'm gonna give Misha a chance to understand what the fuck just happened. All right, they're gonna roll an intelligence check.
Imposter! I was an electrical! I didn't do it! Please, imposter among us! Please!
How's this for your chaos? He said, hey, it's always bugs. It's not a bug. Oh, Misha.
Can I use my inspiration to
Seven.
give Misha a chance to re-roll?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Help me, Misha.
Okay, so the 13, which means it's not great, but they are going to understand what has happened. They are just not going to be quick enough. You watch your form put her hand on the door and open it and start stepping through it to leave. As you watch the dawning like light bulb on Misha's face. I think you can speak.
Oh my god!
You can say like one instruction to guide Misha on how to act in this moment before they act on their own opinion.
Stop her!
Oh my god! Stop her! And like it's like when you see like two cats kind of like really still for a second right before like it's like a burst all at once. You know this. You've seen this. So they like meet eyes with each other. It's like and she bolts. And Misha's going to get a dexterity saving throw to get her just like on the balcony. Because you two are so taken by surprise. If they can do this, they can kind of restrain on the balcony and go from there with the available abilities for this person. You also notice that in one of your little arms, Gideon, you got this pointy little needle.
I try and skitter after myself. I'm skittering as fast as I can after myself.
I don't want to talk about it, chat. Decisions have already been made. So Misha runs out this door to tackle her. What do we think is a fair DC? Jude, you DM'd before. I'm going to head over to you. What do you think is fair here for a DC of a catch her on the stairs?
At least a 15.
A 15. I'll agree on a 15. We got a 15 from chat as well. I'm all right to say it's a 15. You've unfortunately spent your inspiration already, so this is up to them. They're not the most dexterous, but we'll see how they do. They got a natural 1. So that's so funny. That's so funny to me.
I'm gonna die. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh wow, a tragedy. A tragedy. Panic at the disco.
Am I allowed to use Tides of Chaos to help them re-roll? Does that work? No, it sure doesn't, does it? No. Go on.
They're not your tides. They're your tides, not their tides. Tide pens. Sam quit? Did Sam quit?
I don't know. I got up to do something. What happened?
Oh my god, no, I'm so sorry. Tom stepped on my camera. Am I back?
Oh no. You're back.
Yeah, you're here.
Okay. I didn't know if we were doing a bit or not.
No, I'm so sorry.
Or else I would have covered for you.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, soul swap. Consciousness swapped. The carrionet gains control of the target's body. The carrionet gains control of the target's body, and the target is unconscious for 1 hour, after which it regains control of the carrionet's body. So I did just get to that part of the sentence now. So I think Gideon's on the road to passing out, probably. This is unfortunate. Well, what I think you see, Gideon, before your tiny little form falls off the wall, is you see Misha bolt after her, come to like the the balcony, right, in running out, kind of like cartoon stops as they look over the balcony. You're so high up on the wall, you actually have a pretty direct eye line. It's nice. Now the door's open, right before you, of course. Luceau, standing downstairs in the lobby, clearly about to come up the stairs, slack-jawed at seeing Misha Osirov's actual form.
Okay. So much went wrong so fast.
And there's like this, ah! And it's enough to like stun Misha, which is enough time for her to run down the stairs and make a break for it. And that is the last thing before you go down. Gideon, we will pick up with you in a little while. To the sewers! So, we now go. Remember? Never mind. Everything's fine. So, we are walking. We are about to approach the sewers. Before we do so, are there any final conversations between Brine, Winona, and Current, and and Ystira and Nakia?
I think Brian just tries to say Winona's name again.
And Winona doesn't hear it.
That's the last time that she tries for now.
I think at that point, I think Nakia catches that, gives you a very rude smirk, Brine, I would say. Go ahead and mark that down. Rude smirk given to me. Just get that written down. As you all approach where you left off. There is blood all over. It looks like this fight got even worse than when you left it, unfortunately. Here at the, it's still, just to remind you of the visuals, let me pull all those people who aren't here off the map. You are at this fountain with these people. Oops, I've put you both twice. So, you are here at this fountain. You can actually see, Brian, that your dagger is still on the ground over here, so you can go ahead and pick that up if you would so like.
I thought I had reclaimed it already.
Did you? I don't remember because I still have the extra.
I'll take it though.
Anyways,
that's fine.
You get it now. So, well, now, you kind of approach this fountain. Ystira and Nakia are leading the way, and they've kind of fallen into an uneasy silence as well. And they kind of come to a stop about like 10 feet away from the fountain. And Nakia turns to Ystira and says, "You shouldn't go down there. You're too weak." And Ystira kind of tilts her head to the side and she says, "You think I'm not going to go with you and just let you murder Gemma when you get down there?" And there's like a long pause. Nakia doubles down and says, "There's a score that has to be settled, and you have nothing to do with it." Ystira says, "I have everything to do with it." Nakia says, "That's pretty self-centered, don't you think? I will have my payback, whether you like it or not." Ystira pauses a long moment and then says, "Do you intend to test me?" "Oh, yeah? Brian?"
Brian says, "How are you involved in this?"
"Who are you talking to?"
To Ystira.
She looks back at you. says, "These are my friends. The friends I made after you left. These are my friends. And I fully intend to stop them from killing each other, Nakia." They've started bickering amongst themselves again.
Can I have an insight check? Can I roll an
Yeah.
insight check? 14.
Yeah, I think that with a 14 is it's pretty much enough to see like a deep, near familial bond resonating between the two of them.
Okay.
And you can kind of feel it extending in perimeter towards the unspoken third, Gemma, as well.
Okay.
Actually, a 14 also tells you that there is an obfuscated truth
Okay.
just existing in this ether.
Okay. I think I'm just going to sit on that for right now.
Absolutely. And I think the bickering kind of picks up, and then Nikita says, "Fine, we'll just go then." And steps towards the fountain, and you realize she like walks like one step forward, and her like feet like go down a step, and you see her the hourglass mark on her arm glow this sort of deep like royal blue almost, as like the magic floor gives way to the real floors of the stairs to the cellar underneath the fountain. And then Ystira sort of like gestures for the three of you to go next, so that she can kind of be the back end with her other half of the spell.
Are we going to be allowed down there without those marks?
Yes.
You don't have to look at me like that. I'm asking a legitimate question.
Yes.
Brian follows after Nakia.
She gives a warmer look to you, Winona and Current. "Do either of you need healing?" she says to you two specifically.
No. Well, I mean, there is this, and I think Current's going to hold up their hand.
The blackened hand?
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know if this is something we should deal with before we go into the sewer or
Oh my god, we need to
after,
deal with that
but-
now.
Oh.
She goes to take your hand and then looks down at the stairs, looks up at Winona, and says, "Will you follow her?"
Sure. Like, will I follow her?
And then Ystira just kind of nods her head at Brian, now that Brian is a little out of earshot.
Like, you want me to just go down, or are you asking
And
me
make sure
something
she
else?
come back up. No, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'll go.
All right. Yeah. So you go down these stairs as well,
Mhm.
and you both sort of arrive in this like cellar. And I think there are several things you see in this almost like crawl space. I think that Nakia kind of has to like duck down, but the rest of you are relatively short and fine. You see like barrels of like really like hundreds of year old wine. You see just like stacks of healing potions like right next to the cellar door, and then like right on the other side just like a line of daggers. Brian, if you would like to pick one or two up. I think that you see that there are like this is almost like the attic of a theater department like prop. This is obviously sort of like some sort of like you know about it, and that's where we go to make out zone, because Nakia comes to like this like shoddy couch, and she literally just like picks it up and flips it, and then takes the rug and throws it off, and you see this massive just cellar door. Are you two interacting with the environment in any way?
I'm just taking it in for the most part. I don't want to touch anything.
I think Brian is kind of like looking around, and then she lets out kind of this low whistle, and she goes, "Is this your secret clubhouse?"
Nikia looks back at you and says, "Are you always trying this hard to be interesting?" Jesus. she doesn't. She probably says, she goes, fucking Mordia. And then she leans down and opens up this.
Brian just-
That's fair. So yeah, this second ripped open. And at that point, sorry, I just saw the meme that Molly sent me about her predicament, and I must look away. So at that point, I think Current and Ystira are back upstairs, and Ystira is like holding your hand in between both of hers, and she says the words, "Close your eyes for me, babe."
Close my eyes.
Do you peek?
Yes.
Roll a stealth check to see if it's obvious that you're peeking.
Oh, of all the things, stealthy is. Oh well, yeah, that might. 9.
You are not subtle at all, then, huh? Not super, huh? But I think like Ystira notices you too late. I think that you actually see your eyes are closed. She has taken her top hand off, and she is actually tracing a dagger down the lines of her tattoo. To cast this sort of blood ritual magic in the form of the hourglass. And you can see that it's actually like the gray in your hand is like fading from the top down, almost like it's seeping into her form. That's what you see.
I think while is this taking a while, this process of
yeah, it's
her
a
doing
delicate
this?
grace.
Okay. So I think even though I think I'm gonna, after I see that, I'm gonna close them again and just ask you all seem to kind of care about each other, like a lot. And I don't know, I mean, Simpira talks a lot about us being free, but this doesn't seem like any of y'all are free, and everybody wants to kill each other.
How much money do you have in your bank, Current?
In my bank?
Yeah. If
I
you
don't-
wanted to leave right now, how much money would you have on you?
Maybe
She kind of grips onto your hand. It causes you to open your eyes.
1,000 gold?
1,000 gold. Okay. How long do you think that'd last you if you left right now?
Probably not very long.
Probably not, huh? What if someone got sick? You needed money for medicine. How much quicker do you think it would go? When you run out, Current, what are you going to do? You going to sell your skills? You going to join on as a mercenary for a different boss who gives you less money?
Well, I mean, I have my friends.
I have
we're
my
always
friends
together.
So are mine.
But out of fear, I mean, it seems like Simpira says that we do this because we're free, but it seems an awful lot like Simpira's freedom rides on us not having any.
I can guarantee you one thing right now, Current. I'm freer than you've ever been.
Do you believe that?
In my
Do you
heart.
really believe that?
Absolutely.
Can I roll an insight?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a big ol' 8.
Yeah, hard to tell, but she's being very intense towards you. She grips your hand a little bit tighter and she says, "Brian would have died tonight if I didn't know the spells that I knew. Adriel couldn't have done it. That kind of magic doesn't fix it. I have the magic that can fix it, Current. I can keep my loved ones alive. You want to know what that is to me? That's what freedom means."
At the cost of yourself? Who's gonna fix your friends if you're not around to fix them anymore.
Roll a persuasion check for me, will you?
Yeah. Oop, that was almost perception.
Oh.
It's another big ol'
Oh,
8.
you're rolling so many 8s.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I think at that point, she says, Current, it would be an honor to die for the people I love. I've known that since day one.
But isn't it more honorable to be able to live alongside your friends? To
Look
not sacrifice
around,
everything that you
Current.
are?
Look with your eyes. You are standing in the epicenter of this plaza of Ice of Fidelity. You see sort of the guild outposts for beyond, right? The guild gates, right? This is sort of each of their outposts, and she's telling you sternly to look around. Where do you see honor here? Where is the place for honor when it comes at the cost of life and health?
Ysera, you're the one that brought up honor. Where's the there is none. There is no honor here. So why stay? There's so many more of us than there are of her.
You're right. We should leave, Current. Where do you want to go?
I don't
You want to go to
think
Mirage City? It's the only other outpost in Acramon that isn't run by cultists. We could head to Berganon, Mirage City, or Kurthis.
Or we can make sure that Simpira isn't in any kind of power ever again.
At that point, she kind of jolts. She looks around. And I think she like looks around and then she grimaces and she kind of does the thing where she like takes your arm back in her like shoulder. She says, of course, Brian's friends with a bunch of fucking idealists, and leads you down the stairs. We cut now to back inside the cellar. I'm just kidding. So inside the cellar, Winona, Brian, Nakia, there was this tense moment of silence, and then she rips the door open. And there's just like a ladder down. She says, all right, let's go.
You want us to go first?
You afraid of a ladder?
That's not what I said. We don't know what's down there. You know what's down there. You go first.
All right. Looks to Winona and says, this is what you would venture with?
Nobody asked your opinion, Nakia.
No. Willingly given. She goes to the ladder and starts descending.
All right. You next.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's like a moment of hesitancy where she like almost says something and then she decides not to. And she climbs down the ladder after Nakia.
Yeah, and as you start climbing down the ladder, you kind of get the eyesight. You see Ysera and Current kind of coming down those stairs now too, just a little bit behind you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Current, you kind of watch her like pull her sleeves down to her wrists.
And I think I'm just gonna like kind of give a silent, just like glance, like, you know, it doesn't have to be like this. And then just continue on to meet up with everybody else.
And I'm gonna follow down the ladder after Brian.
Yeah, and you see Ysera not soon after you.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, well, no, since you're like the second to last, you can actually see that like as Ystere starts pulling the cellar door down above her head, you can actually look up and see that like the room is magically reforming to what it was before. And so like the last thing you see as she shuts the cellar door is like the rug pulling itself back over as she pulls it shut and then starts descending down the stairs. You all come to this at the bottom of the staircase, this tiny little room. The rest of the sewers seemingly waiting out the door for you. Now. Did I reveal it? Did you all see the room you're in? Oh, because I didn't press the button right. I hit it twice on accident. Aha! So, now, sight? No?
Nope.
None sight?
It's like at the very bottom of the roll 20 thing.
Yeah, make sure you're panning to the bottom for me, Basti.
Oh, roll 20 is like a weird strip. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yes, towards the bottom. All of you can now see, thank God. Nakia's kind of like tightening her armor, right? She looks like she's getting ready for a fight. Funny about that. She's kind of like pulled her cape out, kind of resting her hand on her cards. And Ystere looks at the four of you and says, "Shall we?"
Yeah, as long as we're all in agreement that we're here to make sure that everybody's leaving, and I think that I'm gonna shoot my gaze over to Nakia.
Nakia meets your steely gaze, just kind of like smirking at you. And it's Ystere who says, "Oh, I promise you, we are." As she like gives sort of a stern look towards Nakia, and then turns on her heel and leads you all out. So, you all, let me sort of make this what it needs to be, which is a very vague thing to say. You all head out. You get the feeling, let me go ahead and light up this tunnel for yous, so you can see everything. Go ahead and reminder, this is your time to move your tokens, because my little finkies are doing many other things. So you're kind of gazing down this this long way. Brian, are you before or after Nakia in the marching order?
Good question.
I just asked because you hadn't moved your token yet.
I'm thinking.
How hard?
Probably after.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Nakia, I think there's almost like a standoff, and then Nakia rolls her eyes and walks after Current, leaving you behind. Do you stay or do you follow?
I will follow. I'm moving my token.
All right.
Roll 20 is choosing violence. I'm sorry.
I'll move your token for you if you need me. Oh no, you got it. Okay, so yeah, you all kind of come to stand at this bridge over this. I actually would imagine, I'm gonna go ahead and say to you, sweet Winona, that you have been inside sewers before, because you know the best fucking parties in Kurthus happen in the cellars. That's law. That's the rules. Only good parties happen there. It's where the black market is. Blah, 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 blah. You know all that. So this is probably a little bit more familiar ground to you. You're not completely taken back by the stench, unlike Current, who's going to need to make me a Constitution saving throw. Castle kid. Don't worry. If I was a person in a game, I would also be rolling a Constitution.
Oh my god.
8?
Bestie, refresh your roll 20. Yeah, what the fuck?
That's
Can
what's
I-
disappointed.
I'm just
What
so
do
sad.
what do 8s mean in numerology? Someone tell me later.
What
Anyways,
does this mean?
So, you tell me what happens with an 8 Constitution saving throw to brace the storm of an overwhelming smell of sewer. Stewart's overwhelming smell.
Not Stewart.
Not Stewart.
I think it just like literally takes me back a couple of steps, and I'm just like, my God, what is that?
It's
and
poop.
Garbage.
What do you mean it's poop?
Just don't breathe through your mouth, Current. You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't breathe through your nose, Current. You'll be fine.
Don't worry about that. I'm about to pass out. I can't breathe at all.
You
Holy
spoiled fucking castle kids. You'll be fine.
So, Ystira has kind of come to stop on this bridge as you are all kind of looking down what you can see, right? There's this kind of huge hallway with a ton of different like edges to it. And I think like it overwhelms Ystira for a moment as she kind of like looks around and then like looks to the rest of you and says, "Do we split up?"
Split up.
What's that going to accomplish?
Yeah.
Are there branches down here?
Lots.
Oh, yep. Guess we better split up then.
All right. What's your grouping?
She's gonna look at Winona.
Don't look at me.
She looks at Current.
I'm going to opt to go where Ystira is going because I think she's been through a lot and we just want to make sure that she's all right.
Well, I'm going with Ystira too.
Okay, so that's the three of them. And Winona, I guess it's you and me.
Sick. Cool. All
There's
right.
a long pause, and then Nakia turns to Ystira and goes, "They're going to fall into the cellar. You need to keep us all together." And then Ystira looks back at Nakia for a long moment. Is anyone interrupting this?
Are you good, fam?
Yeah, we're good. We're just gonna stick together, maybe, I think.
Okay.
Ystira claps her hands together. Says we'll split up if we need to. Look for signs. Everyone, please roll a investigation check as I pan away from you to see what or survival if you feel like tracking. I don't know how many of you are good at that. Investigation.
An 8.
Another 8. I'm beginning to get weirded out.
A 14.
A 14 is better. And I'm going to head now to Hawk House. Back to the bedroom. It feels like an episode of the OC. You two are sitting on the bed. Maru has just kind of, you're beginning to guess, almost purposefully obfuscated this conversation. She's kind of running you around a little bit. We just hit 675.
Huh? Anonymous?
What?
Anonymous? Whoa, that's a huge dono. Thank you for the 200
Whoa.
dono.
Y'all have been generous
Y'all have been
tonight.
so
Thank
kind
you.
tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I can only lose my body once.
Oh,
I know.
Oh my
God,
god.
you're gonna do it, right? Taking someone's body.
oh God.
Oh,
okay.
I think
no.
Brian
I
can't
had a
speak
chaos
for the rest
set up
of the
for the super.
episode.
Oh
No,
no.
2 chaoses and I interrupt your chill. You remember, bestie?
I remember.
2 chaoses and your fucking chill gets canceled.
Okay. I'm
What
gonna.
happens at 3 chaoses?
I don't know, but
I
I'm gonna...
get canceled. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
No! I leave the campaign. Goodbye.
Hold on.
Oh
Shade
my God.
enters the
Well,
chat.
chat,
Yeah,
y'all
Shade.
y'all are 50 away from that final third chaos. I'm not lifting this another time. I'm gonna do it now. I'm not doing it again tonight. So
It's 75, Jude.
I can't do math. So
I know, I got you.
don't ask me to do math.
I didn't ask you to do math. I just helped you fix your math.
No, I meant in
The
general.
resident math.
That was a general. Don't ask me to do math.
thing.
Oh my God, thank you, friends.
Holy
Okay, I'm
shit.
good. Hello, I'm here. Sorry.
I think I've thought of the chaos.
Oh God.
no.
Why is
I
it
have 2
me?
chaoses. This is going to be a 2-1. The one I had planned originally and the one that I think they've earned. So it's going to be
Nice.
2.
Are we still
Okay.
on me? What's happening?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
we are.
Hello.
It's been about, I would say about 10 minutes of very obfuscated conversation.
Is this what
As you try to continue getting
do?
around to Asimar and then like the dodge, the weave.
Audrey kind of looks at Morrow as they're like pacing.
There hasn't been like a test or anything, so I don't think you could really stay for sure. So just to kind of bring a book close to that subject, back to where my best, I really shouldn't call it best man, huh? My best people are.
You know what? Audrey's gonna get up. And she's gonna.
Great, we're going. Where are we going?
Is there a way for? There's no fucking window in here.
Waving through. Nope.
Because
None.
Audrey doesn't want to go through the dance floor because that's gonna be fucking sus, and she doesn't want that. So
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Audrey wants to go outside with Morrow.
No, I know. If you can give me an investigation check,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
might be able to find some shit out.
Nope. Nothing.
No. So
Great.
you look around, you're like, man, a way to get out without going through the party. I can't see anything. What do you do next? Do you ask Morrow? Do you just kind of bite it down? What's up?
I think Audrey is like, I have a proposition for you. If we can get outside without going through the bulk of the party, I will give you the information that I have.
Oh, yeah, we can just use the secret bookshelf.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Morrow just kind of shrugs,
so we'll go
leans
outside.
over, pulls a single book, the bookcase
Lit.
opens, and then puts an arm over and says, where are they?
Outside first.
They're outside.
No. Oh my god. Audrey follows and like pulls the bookshelf closed behind her.
It goes through the door. You guys you can actually kind of see. I'm gonna ping it. This little subtle hidden back. That has a window in it. Morrow kind of opens the window. You actually kind of see the stairs up to the rafter here as well. Now you know. And you all kind of hop out to the sort of. You can actually see that there are like runes kind of carved into each of the trees that are out here that are providing them life, stagnant life, but life all the same. You are kind of in the darkness of these shadowed trees as you hear them muffled. It's kind of when you listen to those ASMR videos that it's like Childish Gambino, but it's a party and you're in the bathroom. You can kind of hear that.
And you're in the bathroom. I love it.
That's what you're hearing, but shanties. As you two kind of, Morrow does the thing where she like hangs onto the door frame and just kind of like, you know, when people jump into really expensive cars, basically does that through the window and then turns around and helps you out the window very gently.
Thank you. With me absorbing some of Morrow's magic earlier, did I absorb enough magic to spawn my wings? Not fly, just spawn my wings.
No, but every time you two touch now, it's like a little
Oh
zap.
god. I think when Morrow touches her the first time, she's just like, what the fuck?
I think you're both like that.
Just what the fuck? Is that normal? I don't know if that's normal.
Can you stop shocking me?
I'm not trying to shock you.
I've never had anyone shock me.
I've never
apologize if this
shocked
does lead
anyone
me to assume that it's
before.
a you thing. Are you sure you've never shocked anyone before?
I'm positive that I've never shocked anyone before.
Okay.
Why would I lie to you about that? That doesn't make sense. Audrey's
I don't
gonna
think
say
you're
as she
lying
like
to me, I'm just
hoists
confused.
herself out of the window.
I didn't accuse you of being a liar. Why are all of you so jumpy?
Oh, I don't know. Going to a city that we don't know at all, where we know virtually no one.
That would
I-
dictate that you would need to be less jumpy. You would need to be calm, cool, and collected and ready to face any obstacle that would come your way.
Say that to my anxiety disorder. Anyway,
What's an anxiety disorder? I think I might have it.
oh, okay. Oh God, this is
We'll
even
unpack that
more to
later, my
unpack.
friends.
Yes. I don't know.
You
a lot.
don't know?
No, let me finish my sentence.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm a little jumpy. Please continue.
We were talking to the Derby girls earlier with Evie. and all of the girls, and someone came in to get Evie and say that she would be the only one to save their town, and that you all have been there before.
They left? Did they leave?
Evie left immediately.
Who did they take with them?
Caecilius, I think.
Just Caecilius and Meridos let them go?
I don't know.
Someone died the last time they went there. Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't they talk to me? Because I'm getting married. Those goofs! Those goofs! She kind of just
Wait,
puts her hand on her knees.
Maro. You have to calm down, or you are going to trigger your.
You have an
stuff.
airship, right? We should follow them in the airship. If your airship is faster, we'll catch up with them.
I can't just leave all of my friends, Maro.
At that point, you hear. One moment.
Yeah, I'm ready.
One moment.
I'm ready. I'm so excited.
One moment.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a very familiar voice, laced with an edge of chaos, say, Adri, is that you? You turn around, Gideon is there, looking a little frazzled.
Gideon, why are you here? Weren't you with Julian?
She looks like she's like breathing a little heavy. She's like, I'm sorry, Julian ran. I think they went out to the ship and I need your help.
They always wander off.
They got too drunk. No, but like not Julian.
I can't. You were supposed
Like,
to be watching
not
them. You were
Julian?
supposed to
I know,
be...
which is why I'm asking for help.
Why are you
I'm
here?
sorry I'm a little drunk, but I'm asking for help.
Like, Adriel kind of stands back a little. Yeah, I think she's. I think this person's actually a little weird. I think Adriel's like, this is not how Gideon acts when they're drunk. If anything, we would be making out if Gideon was drunk.
Well, they're a little panicked looking for sure.
Oh yeah.
Looking for that insight. Banning Molly from chat.
16.
Something feels wrong. It's almost like they had one of the fun chocolates. Something feels a little off. And she's like, I just wanted to, it's on they ran out the gate. It's on the way. I think they're going back to the ship. I need your help.
Why can't you just go get them?
Because they are not Julian right now. That's why I was winking, Adriel. I thought that you would get that. That's why I winked at you when I said Julian.
Normally when you wink at me, it means other things. Also, I don't need you being condescending to me right now. I just saved someone's life and passed out. So,
It
relax.
was my life. No, it wasn't. It actually wasn't my life. It was Ystira's life.
Hey, Marl, we're going on a trip. Come on. We're going on a trip. I'm just gonna actually grab Marl by the hand and be like, come on.
Okay, we're going on a trip. All right. Okay.
It's the you want a treat voice for me.
Yeah, that's definitely what it was. Yeah, and so Gideon starts leading you away.
Oh yeah, that's right. Mm.
So, you kind of pass the front of Hawk House. And Gideon says, we were like making a blanket fort, and then like I think I said something, and then all of a sudden they were like crying, and they weren't, and so then they ran for it, and I think people saw, and I'm freaking out, okay?
Can I roll another insight check? Okay. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Why were they crying? What'd you say
I
to
said
them?
something about. Yeah, I'm just re-going through everything that they said.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I think they talked about a lot of things, and I also do think that they talked. Yeah, no. I think the imposter at this point says, I said something about their mom, and then they started crying, and now it's like a whole thing.
What'd you say about their mom?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about how I hurt someone, Adriel.
I think Adri would know that Gideon doesn't give a fuck about people's opinions of her and the queen, about her opinions about the queen.
Interesting. Okay. Well, what do you do?
I don't have any magic, which is the sucky part.
No, you don't. That's the thing. You're fine to make this revelation. The only revelation is that you're in danger.
Yeah.
Did we hit a third chaos?
No, not yet.
No. Okay, I was terrified. Check again. We continue.
She doesn't have any spell slots. She does still have her Steps of Night.
Okay.
And she looks at Morrow. And she goes, do you trust me?
That is a complicated question.
At this very moment, do you trust me?
No.
Well, I'm gonna need you to get over that.
Sorry, I just thought you wanted me to. I'm just gonna be completely frank with you. No.
Great, perfect. Adri's gonna wrap her arms around Morrow's middle and cast Steps of Night.
Okay, will you please drop Steps of Night in chat? Because I don't know if it applies to multiple people.
No, I don't think it does either. I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work.
Who are you?
I don't think this is gonna work.
Are you in danger?
Am I in danger? Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are you in danger?
Oh yeah.
No, I don't think this will do what you'd like it to.
Okay, hold on. We're good. Anyway, we continue. So Adri goes, oh, I mean, that makes sense. You wouldn't want to, like, hurt someone's feelings even more than you've already hurt them. So you said they went to the ship, right?
I think. All I know is that they left the gates.
Interesting. I don't know. I really want to know what you said about the queen. The insults have been interesting lately.
It's probably not something to talk about in public, Adri.
I don't remember the...
And kind of gives like a pointed look at Morrow, being like, we can't talk about this when like there's a person who doesn't know our secret here, obviously.
Lots has happened tonight and you've missed a lot. So you would know that if you were here.
Are you mad at me?
I don't know. Do I sound
You
mad
usually
at
say
you?
you usually like say I'm just checking.
I don't know. Do I
Usually,
sound
like,
mad to you?
that's a little.
I don't know.
Meanwhile, Gideon. We pick back up. And you're in a pocket. Someone's pocket. As a honestly kind of warm and nice enclosing of fabric, but then also kind of like you can kind of hear like a steady kind of loud heartbeat pretty close to you that kind of alerts you to the fact that you're in a pocket. However, there's a little bit of light peering in from the pocket, but that's all you can see for right now. I'm actually gonna pull us probably back the dashboard as I do some theater of the mind with you. So This heart is beating incredibly fast. And you can actually feel that there's something kind of like almost tight on the other side of this fabric. Chaos number 2 has begun.
Me again?
Everyone again, isn't it? This is much more than your chaos, dear friend. You wait, or are you looking for information immediately?
I am going to remain hidden to see if I hear something I wouldn't have otherwise.
That's my smart D&D player. So, you lie in wait. Roll a nature check for me, just for fun, to see if, I don't know, centipedes probably smell. A 16. I think after a long moment, you kind of get like the feel that the smell that this is clearly you are inside Misha's pocket. First and foremost, you also get the feeling that there are some sort of restraints, not only over the pocket, but over their entire form, huh? What? Whoa. You hear some sort of cavernous sound. Like you're in a room with cement walls and a domed ceiling. That doesn't feel like familiar architecture to you, frankly. And there is a voice, which I think takes you a second. And then you put it together, it's definitely Lusso. And the Lusso's voice says,
Level 3.
and Lusso's voice says, all right, I'm done with this. What's it gonna take for you to let us go? I think I've been pretty patient so far. And a voice says, well, I don't need much to let you go. I just need 2 little things. Oh my gosh, they almost look like bricks. And I think your friends have them. And I want them. Yeah? As the camera pans out, the audience would recognize this to be the winged form of Current's dad's employer, who has Current's father locked up in a cell right fucking now. Oh, and who conveniently fucked up Brine, right? That's okay, because Lusso and Misha don't really know this. And I think this voice also like pauses and says, and why does one of you look weirdly familiar? Like your pink hair makes me feel like I should know you, and I really would like to resolve that. And at that point, Lusso says, oh, you're just a fucking court hunter then, aren't you? And then the response, Gideon, you're hearing all of this. A court hunter. The court hunter. Really, who's to say? All I know is that I can't go inside. So one of you's gonna gotta go for me and get the boxes. And then the other one gets to stay here as collateral. How's that fucking sound?
Can I tell where on Misha's person I am?
You're
Like
in the
which pocket?
shirt pocket. It's so close to
Okay.
the heart, it's unmistakable.
Okay. So if I crawled out right now, they would see me, almost for sure.
You hear pacing back and forth. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
I think at this point,
I have a
one second.
question.
I think right before I lead
Okay.
you in, I think you hear like the sound of like a kind of like little thunk, and then the sound of like this person sitting in a chair, and then says, "Here's the thing, though. I saw your little friend Giddy run off, so this is gonna have to be a short fucking meeting, huh?"
Oh, is that me? Okay.
You ask your question. I'm sorry,
Uh,
have everyone sit with that confusion. It's an important
Is
confusion.
this? Can I tell if this needle is iron?
Oh, can you
And-
tell if this needle is iron? So yeah, roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's a 9. Also a nat 20 on advantage, but
You had inspo today, didn't you?
I used it to help Misha figure out what
Yeah.
happened to me.
Oh
Yeah, So I think that I'm gonna give you advantage because this is kind of like some lore that you would be familiar with. And I'm gonna take that, not quite a natural 20. I'm just gonna take the middle of it, give it to you. Because I don't want to say like you know everything about that natural 20 and a half earned advantage, but I also don't think 9 is true for like your knowledge of lore. So I think that you kind of get the feeling that this is flux touched iron, which is something that was created by the Iron Eater Enclave in the First War, as sort of their proof that they could take iron and bend it to their will.
Okay. Okay.
Also known as Iron Eater Steel.
Okay.
Would you like to act, or would you like me to cut and let you marinate?
I would like to act. I think I would like to try and
What action do
sneakily-
you wish to take?
I would like to sneakily crawl out of Misha's shirt pocket, and if I can, you know what? I'll. Yeah, I'll crawl out of Misha's shirt pocket first.
Okay. And you also get the feeling that with this Iron Eater, you kind of get the feeling that this is the key to reversing whatever the fuck has happened to you, just in kind of like a gut way.
Oh
Else you
yeah,
wouldn't have
stabbing
it,
someone
because
with
it
a
was-
thing.
Yeah. Anyways.
Guess who I'm trying to stab right now? Yes.
What? Well,
Would that be?
I only had. Wait. Yeah. No, I didn't consider this in my wildest years, but yeah, I'll cope with that.
I don't have to.
Oh no, I'd like you to.
Okay.
Dungeons and Dragons was only ever a vehicle we'd have to break at some point. Yeah.
It doesn't work. I don't have to.
No. It's like going inside layers in Inception. I can do this. Let's go. All right. Give me a stealth check.
13.
13. I'm just gonna give him a raw d20 roll. Just to see how noticeable you. Okay, so you edge out with your little knife. And I think you think you're nailing it. I do. I really do think you're nailing it. And I think like you skitter out. And sorry the dice have been so mean to you today, Molly. First. Second, I think you hear, "Did somebody bring a snack?" And you feel like weightlessness as he like reaches over to Misha, plucks you, and says, and you get a feeling for them at this point. This like bright pink skin, blood red wings, these light glass green eyes, with slicked back matching pastel pink hair and vicious teeth, as he lifts you up and says, "Say you, friend or foe?"
Friend.
"What dynasty might you pledge before I squish you beneath my heel?"
Whatever one you want me to. It's just dangling.
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Okay. 21?
Jesus Christ, when you needed it most.
Even sexy as a bug. Let's go.
Alien, I could tell. Are you sent here on a mission? Could you get through the gate?
For a price?
Ha! A price. How about my price is not eating you right now? You'd make a tasty snack.
Go ahead. Eat me. I try and flip him off with one of my... I don't know. Because I can sting them from inside their mouth. Let's go.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
I want you to know that if this form dies, both you and the carrionet die. Just so you know.
Oh, okay. Never.
That being said, he puts you in his fucking mouth. Can I please, just a single chomp all at once, does this, drops you right in. Did I think that would happen today? Absolutely not. Not in my wildest dreams. So, I hope that's no one's fetish. I would appreciate it if it wasn't. And I'm gonna need you to roll a Constitution saving throw as someone like bites you, I guess. Because I don't know what
22!
Wow. So what do evasive maneuvers in a Flux's mouth look like?
I think
Do
I
you
try
just
and
poke him on the tongue before you can even get there? Like, what's it look like?
Yes, while he's still like holding me, but I'm within arm's reach of the mouth, I just boop, jab his tongue.
All right, so
Does that work?
yeah, we're gonna start playing clown games, huh? So then,
What did you expect from me?
so
To not
then
play
to switch, like it's. Well, I'm gonna make the DC charisma saving throw first. I'm just gonna roll a D. Well, actually, it'd probably be with advantage because he is Flux and it's charisma. So I do have to say that much. But you've rolled so poorly tonight, I'm just gonna give it a raw D20. Actually, is what I think now. I'm going back on my word. DC 12. Here we go. 18 does pass. But I think it's enough for him to go and drop you.
Okay.
What happens when that's dropped?
Is there anywhere for me to hide or skitter away to in this room?
Yeah, I think you get dropped and you can finally get a feel for it. You see through underneath the door, you can actually see that this is inside the gates, right before the gate door. They've been pulled into one of the towers at the gates. This is where this scene of the crime is taking place. You now know your location. What happens next?
I'm inside one of the towers at the gates. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, God. I can't skitter back to, Misha or Luceau now, right? Probably.
Good. Yeah. No, you can
If I
skitter
get to
back to
hide on
them.
their person, I would like to.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you the avenues. You could go up towards the ceiling. You could sneak underneath that gap in the door back towards general public. You could go to Luceau and Misha's form with the caveat that they are like in the corner of the room and there is possibility you could get cornered again.
What binding are they in? Like
some form of magical binding. It's very unsettling. You can see no clear binding on either of them.
Okay. I have no magic in this form, so I don't think I can help them with that, can I?
No, you can attack with your needle.
Okay, so I can just take one of their bodies, which will do nothing.
guess
I
you
won't. I won't. Yeah, I'll skitter under the door back to the public for now. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna do the ceiling. I've changed my mind.
He does have wings. Like, I do have to let you know that part. You, like, we can play the games. You can play distraction for as long as you'd like. There may be consequences. Is all I warn you. Just so if you just go up the ceiling, have a plan. So
Okay,
basically
you know,
what
if
I'm
he can
saying.
fly on the ceiling, that changes things. I will
Yeah,
go
he
back
does have
under the
wings.
door.
Yeah. I just wanted
Outside.
to remind you. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Are you going towards the airship or inside?
Towards the airship.
Okay.
Yes.
You run towards the airship. Perfect. With that, with a tiny little stuffed centipede, literally, it just feels like felt hitting the ground as you go with this tiny little needle in hand. What does it feel to be so light? Form, flop, flop, flop on the sidewalk, making your way downtown toward the airship, going fast, still felt. Skittering with felt legs, not bug legs, along. You roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
A
Do
10,
I perceive?
I will give it to you. Can I see myself? You do. You are skittering along. As you get you start to get 10 or so paces out. You're starting to skitter out, and you notice that Gideon has stopped and turned back to Morrow and Adriel and said, "Wait, did you just hear that?"
No. What?
They're around. I can tell. And takes a step back and says I think I heard something coming from there, and points at the tower.
Do I know what tower that is?
This is one of the tower gates. You have no idea what's in there. You just know that this is.
We're not going back in there. You just made us leave to come to the ship.
No, I think I heard a familiar voice. What do you mean? Of course I'm going over there.
Adriel grabs their arm.
Okay. Felt son. My felt son. What are you
Yes,
doing?
Papa. I'm felting as fast as I can. This thing is incredibly cute in my mind now, by the way. It is
Good. Yeah, it's got little sewn on pink cheeks.
I'm kind of picturing that one worm Beanie Baby. Does anybody the rainbow?
Oh my
one?
god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So you come through. You are running so fast. Can I get a stealth check and then an attack roll if you would like to try and land with this needle? A 2 for stealth. Would you like to use Tide to Chaos to reroll on that?
Yeah, when the DM suggests that you reroll, I feel like there's never a no.
I'm good.
13?
Much better. All right.
Okay.
And then your next one to try and land an attack. Let me just pull up the sheet for the Carrionet.
I don't know what my punch attack is. I'm such a magic
It's fine.
baby.
It's +4.
Nice.
All right. So with a 13 stealth check, Adriel, you grab Gideon's arm, and when you do, Gideon turns back to you, a look of frustration in their eyes, and you are looking at Gideon, but you also see some sort of demonic-looking centipede running towards her. What do you do? It's a huge centipede. It's 1.5 feet long. What are you doing? Adriel, quick, it's about to split.
What the fuck is that?
Adriel,
I think I just yells, what the fuck is that?
what the fuck is what? And the sting happens, and you just notice Gideon's body go like this. Like a fucking deflated, a wind machine that lives outside car blocks.
Gideon?
She's down. Mara says.
I see that. I have eyes. And Edry like bends down.
We have to pivot to healing maneuvers.
Maro, please, Maro.
You see this centipede kind of like curl up really tight for a second, and then begin sort of unraveling slowly. A little bit more.
Get it.
A little bit
Get it.
more.
Am I conscious?
Gideon, please roll me a Constitution saving throw so I can see how fast you pull yourself back to your body. If you can wake up in time to try and catch with a fucking 20, absolutely. Gideon, you come back just in time as you notice the centipede next to your head begins unfurling itself, and you can see its eyes are starting to look for avenues of escape.
May I pluck him safely without being in stab range? Like, can I pick him up by the needle?
Yeah. Still quite not conscious. Yeah. You pull him up by the. I think you can actually. I think the needle's like a little bit to the side, right? I think you can grab the needle first and then act. So what's next?
I got my meat body back. This is my meat body.
Your meat body.
What did I say? Did I say something
Gideon,
weird?
Wait,
this
Gideon,
was me.
Say something mean
I
about
was this.
Say something mean about Nakata.
She's kind of an asshole. I mean, fuck her,
thank
right?
fucking God! And she like lifts Gideon off of the ground with like.
The little centipede's going.
Doesn't it have a jar?
I do. I
Yeah.
always. Oh, you go. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh no, I was. Mara pulls it out. It's like full of like rain moonshine, and then they look at it and say, "I'll dump it."
You have an empty jar, Maro.
Oh. Well, I have
You
two.
wasted the alcohol. Gideon throws a centipede in and then like puts the cork over it. Oh my god.
Gideon, what happened?
Wait, why are you guys hanging out? What's happening here?
So I don't know if we have time to unpack this. Please explain your thing, and then I will explain my thing, I promise.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to see you're okay. I'm glad you had fun.
I did not have
shakes
fun.
The jar.
I did not have fun. Let me iterate that at the top. I did not have fun. Okay, continue.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, we have a surprise back at the end for you, but this motherfucker, this, and they're like shaking the little jar. I was building a blanket fort with Julian, and then again, like points over to the tower, and we're building a blanket fort. Vibes were right, and then they said duck, and I was like duck, duck, goose, because I thought we were playing, and then this thing stabbed me, and we switched, and I was this, and this was me, and I ran away, and Misha ran out, Julian ran out, but without the thing, and so then...
Okay, so that wasn't a lie. Great, cool, awesome,
Yes.
Amazing. Yep.
Current's dad's in there, by the way. Current's dad.
Nope, incorrect. Gonna interrupt. Not Current's dad. Faye man. Not Current's dad. Faye, evil Faye man with wings.
Oh, okay. I
No
don't know why I
sighting of
thought
Current's
he was
dad.
in the cell.
The audience
Okay.
knows that he's been kidnapped.
Oh, for some reason I thought he was there in the cell with us.
Is this the time to tell you that, like, I don't have any magic if we're going on a rescue mission?
What
I have magic.
happened?
Oh,
Can
okay.
you kick it? Because there's like pink face, red wing, fey creature outside because it can't come in, and it has our friends.
You tell me there's flux around these parts?
Yes.
She starts straightening up. Where?
It almost ate me in the tower. God,
Okay.
you're so cool. What, are you gonna take care of this?
Absolutely. She pulls a giant sword from her back.
Maro, you were just holding that the whole time?
Yeah, this is what I was gonna use to cut the cake at the party. Let's go. Lead the way.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Maro, after we're done with this, can we unpack the other thing that we were talking about before?
Yeah, us going to save Cecilius and Evie. We'll
No, the
absolutely unpack
ASMR
that.
thing, Maro.
I hate this.
I know.
It's
I
supposed
know.
to be my bachelorette party.
Yeah, I know.
She turns to Gideon and says, "Where?
In the tower.
This one?
Right. Yes.
Did you
They're
tell the
pointing.
guards?"
No, I was a little felt guy. I didn't think anyone would listen to me.
Does like a little like I can't. Can anyone do like a little whistle thing?
No.
Close enough. That happens as Morrow looks up at the two guards monitoring the gates, like does a very like sharp whistle at them, and then nods towards where you were pointing, and then kind of points at their sword. And these people know who Morrow is.
Because of course they do.
Yeah. So Morrow is Terrapine famous, and none of you know that. And so are like, oh my god, my time, I've been called upon, right? It's kind of like Captain America being like, assist me in battle. And you're like, oh fuck, okay. Yeah, all right, I guess. So you see these like very panicked guards like grabbing like what they have. You see a girl, she like sits back up and she's holding like a bow that's unloaded in one hand and no arrows around her, and then like a sword in the other one, and the other guy's looking way more capable. It's a little more reassuring. But these are both clearly cadavers, and Morrow says, "You don't have magic. You're not in this fight.
I have
you
a
were
sword.
Just a bug, so don't."
I have a sword and I'm capable.
Have you fought Flux before? Cool. And then sort of these two kind of crawl down from their towers. Do you let the three of them handle the situation?
No, I'm fucking following them. If Morrow dies, it's my head. Absolutely not.
Okay, yeah. So you all follow your tokens to move.
Yep, I got it.
I don't have like an inside this tiny room. So theater of the mind we go. So I think that you are like right behind Morrow and the guards are chasing after you. Morrow sort of storms in, right? Kind of like shoulder checks the door open, sword in the other, kind of and Misha and Luceau are sitting there. But there's no third in this room.
Are they still restrained?
Yeah, I think like as like you are looking over at them, you see that they are not restrained, but both of them are unconscious. But you notice that Luceau kind of like immediately comes back. It was probably like a short thing, and Luceau's a bit more ready to handle that than I think. Misha, who is fully Misha right now, is so Luceau kind of like picks back up immediately and like kind of like slumped over in the chair, rights his body, and then sees you all, and then like pushes Misha over in the chair, like kind of puts their hand backwards so Misha just topples over so that their face can't fully be seen by the strangers in the room. And says, "Oh, great, my saviors. You missed him. Get the fuck out."
They're gone?
And,
sure?
and Lucio's looking at the guards. And so, yeah, so you say you sure? Is that what you say? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You say you sure. Lucio just kind of does like a cursory, like, and you kind of feel a reverberation almost getting, you feel like a spell has been cast. And that sort of energy is kind of percolating around you as Lucio's looking around very trained, and then kind of gives you a head nod like he's not here. And then looks at the guards and says, "How about you do your fucking jobs and do a perimeter check for me? Isn't that what all cadavers are good for?" And the two heroes, the two guards look up at their hero, Morrow, like, "What do we do?" And Morrow says, "That would be really helpful." And then they're like, "Yes! Should we ring the alarm bells?" And then Morrow's like, "Not yet." And they're like, okay. And then they kind of like run off. And now it's the 5 of you in the room. And I think Adrielle, Luceau, looks at you, looks at Morrow, and then looks at you like, do I need to take care of her?
Adri shakes her head.
So gives you an almost imperceptible nod. We cut now to the sewers!
Sewer time!
Sewer squad.
All right. So, the highest investigation check is a tie for 14s between Brian and Current. So I think that Brian and Current, it is only because you two were present for the fight that you actually can see the almost imperceptible. So if a spider go like this, it's gonna leave little like jags in the ground, right? Jags is not a word. I need us to ignore this. So I think that you guys, while looking around, can actually see that those little spikies lead towards where your Stira is, like across the bridge. However, oh man, Brine, since Current's never been in the sewers, you're probably going to see this better than her. I think that you see that there is like a trail of blood, however, pointing north.
Hey,
Brian's
what are those
gonna like go closer to the trail of blood and lean down and touch it with her fingers.
Okay, what are you
Just-
looking for when you
I
touch
want to know
it?
how fresh it is.
Ooh, incredibly so.
Okay. I think they went this
But
way.
not the most. This is clearly, it's not like dry yet. This has been a recent fight. And you get the feeling that that's your, at least, at the very least, your best lead.
They might have gone this way. This is pretty fresh.
Yeah, there's some tracks on the ground too.
Tracks.
Well, there's see these indentations on the ground.
Oh yeah.
They lead the same way the blood's going.
No, they do not. Let me make
Oh,
a
they
little
don't.
drawing for you all real quick, just to clarify. All right, blood coming is up here. This is the blood, and then in a different color, these. Oh, that is not what I wanted. This has got so cursed so quickly. I'm so sorry. All right, and then this way is the little spider marks. I know that was probably the worst drawing I could have done for that explanation. How do we feel about? Did I not bring you over to the stage?
I can't see them yet. I see
can't
the
see it.
I
You can't
see
see
like
'em.
the red lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that should be what you're seeing. So the red line is here north, and then the little orange lines are the spider marks. Could
The
I have drawn
orange
them better?
lines.
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
see orange.
Yeah,
There
by
are no orange
Ystera?
lines. There are no orange lines.
No.
There we go.
Now that
There
yeah.
they are.
What?
Okay.
Confusing. There you go. Now they are here. So blood north, spider east. Never eat soggy walkables. East.
Okay.
I mean, those are helpful, but I feel like in this case, if we're trying to hunt down two people who are fighting to the death, maybe following the blood trail makes the most sense.
Yeah. And you said that it looked kind of fresh. Yeah, let's go that
She
way.
holds her hands up and goes, "Look how it glistens."
Noted. I will put that away for future blood tracking knowledge.
She gives you a thumbs up. Anybody object?
Current, you're the closest. Lead the way.
All right, yeah, let's go this way then.
Can I get a little acrobatics or athletics check for you all to cross that little sewer lake, that little sewer river right there as you proceed
oh, no,
forward?
Not
Do you get to
river.
pick between athletics
16.
and acrobatics?
Yeah. I'm just looking for a simple 10. So,
That's 24.
Winona crosses it fine. Brian crosses it
15.
fine. You all, sewer professionals. Congratulations.
Is it over here?
You all jump the first of the, I'm going to say you jump all of them. Congratulations, besties. You
Here.
Yeah. Yeah. So you all keep heading down. Is it silent as you go? If so, if it's silent, I'm gonna let you roll an investigation check to see if you can hear what's going on. Thank you for the ask about NPCs. They're not gonna roll because they've been down here before.
I'm gonna roll for investigation because I'm not saying anything.
I will roll as well, just because I think that it would be instinct for her to
Nat
try to get as
20.
much info as she could. Hell yeah, Winona. I got a 15.
Okay, Winona,
7.
you feel the ground move. Just a little. In a way that probably should never feel like that, considering you're not in the sky and you're inside a turtle made of iron. The ground has moved, and I don't think you like that.
No.
But you also hear the sounds of sword fighting coming from ahead.
We need to keep going forward. The ground is shifting. I don't know what's happening, but I hear fighting, and it's straight ahead.
Do you all alter your strategy moving forward at all, knowing that the ground is moving?
Can Brine feel that the ground is moving? She's pretty low to the ground.
15? Sure, bestie. Roll me a history check.
Okay. It makes me nervous when you have me do those and terrified.
I love it.
14.
I think you just remember an old drinking song that's like, inside the belly of the beast we dine, inside the belly of the beast the largest will dine tonight, and that's sort of the main bit of it. And I just think that you're just kind of why am I thinking about that right now?
Okay, so it just kind of pops into my head.
Yeah,
I think I start humming it a little bit as we're going.
okay, absolutely. So yeah, any alterations of strategy as you continue forward?
I don't think Brian changes anything.
Is it moving enough that it could throw us off balance?
No, because you haven't noticed it. I'm mostly asking if you're taking a different route, or maybe you're stealthing, or maybe you're taking an alternate mode of transportation. You could swim for all I care. I was just asking if the strategy had changed at all.
I think Brian might hug closer to the wall just to make sure that she can keep her balance. But aside from that,
yeah, I think I'll
all right.
continue forward. Yeah.
So Winona, you are still behind Current and Brian as you all continue forward.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of complicates things a little, because they're ahead of you when you see something go like this inside the water of the sewers.
Oh hell. Can I roll another investigation? Would I know what this is? Would I be able to make out what it was?
Looked a lot like a tentacle to you.
does it make any noise?
No, not any louder than the sounds of the rushing water. Very subtle.
Brian, I'm gonna ask you a question.
I'm muted. Sorry. Are you okay, Winona?
What lives in these sewers?
14. You wouldn't go down here a lot. I don't think this is definitely Fidelity territory. So you just did not come here as a member of Zubafax.
What would live down here? It's just a bunch of poop.
Nakia, Ysira, would anything live not down here? Because I'm pretty sure I just saw a tentacle.
A tentacle.
Yeah. In the nasty. In the sewer soup. I couldn't. Yep.
In the sewer soup.
Belly
Ystera
of
like
the beast
looks
we
down
find.
at the sewer and looks back up and says, "It's an old wives' tale that a." You're fine. That's what Ystera says.
So wait. Is it an old
gotta keep-
wives' tale or is it an
Just
old
keep-
wives' truth? Because I am 99.9% sure I just saw a real ass tentacle.
Winona, you want to stay and find out? Stop holding up the line.
Okay.
And that's what Nakia says to you.
Jesus fucking Christ. All right.
I think Brian has now started singing the song very like in a kind of a low register. And then she goes, well, that brings a whole new meaning to that one. I guess we're inside the belly of the beast, aren't we?
To what one, Brian?
It's an old drinking song. They dine in the belly of the beast. I mean, we're
Winona?
we're inside the belly of the beast.
One more perception check from you.
Oh, mother. 17.
You see it below in the depths of the water.
Please, God.
Just you. Just for a
Just
moment.
me.
While Brian is
And then
rambling
it
about
goes
this
away
fun to
again.
current.
You see.
Oh no! Oh no!
What happened? What happened?
Oh, that's real. And
What's
you know
real?
what? We didn't even stay
And
around
then
that
it
long.
just
We still
Goes
found out.
again. You see, just for a
Winona,
minute.
what are you talking about?
But here's the thing. Can I get a nature check from you, Winona?
5.
Did you have inspiration?
I did. Oh, and I'm gonna use it. We're at 22.
That's better.
Here we go.
Okay.
I think you see like its little beak and its little form, almost worm-like, beneath the surface for a moment. And it almost looks sick. You see that it's normally this sort of pale white form, but you can see that there are these blotches of sickening purple spreading across its form.
There's a massive something with lots and lots of with the tentacles, and I don't think it's doing too hot. And I don't know what to do with that information.
What do you mean by not doing so hot?
I mean, it's got like these bright purple splotches all over its is it skin? Is it
Okay, can we please talk sewer monsters after I kill Gemma? Nikki is like standing behind you two. All of you are like clearly in the way. And Nikki is just standing there like,
Brian's
this
gonna
is-
privately clock the purple thing because she's putting pieces together.
these tiny little pieces. What is going on?
Oh,
Do you all continue forward?
Brian
Current,
will.
that's going to be a you decision. You're leading the pack.
Yeah. Can we assume that whatever this is has already noticed that we're here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Then I think I'm gonna turn to address Nakia and Ystera again and just be like, I know you want us to go forward, but this doesn't seem like a go away problem. What
It
do you
seems like an
know
after
about
problem,
this?
huh? After problem.
Can I roll an insight?
That was actually Ystera saying that. I think like you see
Okay.
concern growing on her face as like the sounds of swords are like getting closer to you all.
All right, let's keep going. We gotta find Oslo and Gemma.
With you
But-
at the front of the pack, Current, can I get either a survival or a perception check from you to see the direction of the sword fighting.
Yeah. You said survival or perception?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 15.
A 15? That's good enough. You lead the pack forward, and you kind of come to the edge of this, for better words, sidewalk. Right up here, right at the edge. So you're here at this very edge. You see that there's a huge gap, and then it picks back up. But you are actually looking around, and you hear the sword fighting coming from where these spikes are. And you're thinking, how did they get past these spikes? They're like 6 feet in the air. What? But you can actually see that there is like a torn part of Gemma's shirt on one of the spikes.
Did they climb over those spikes?
Yeah, sounds like Gemma.
Are
don't
we
suspect that
are
I
we
will
gonna
make
all
it
get
over
over
them.
those? I mean, I can give you a good toss.
You're not gonna toss me. No offense, Current. Absolutely not.
Ooh, question.
Yeah.
Is this where I can cut with my axe?
Yeah, you're gonna have to get into the swamp though.
We have to
The
go.
sidewalk is ended. So you tell me what you're doing, besties.
Are we? We gotta go that direction, huh?
I don't know if there's any other way to get through.
All right.
How
And then
tall
she'll turn-
of an
she'll- I
area
think-
is this?
She does. I think she does confirm that with Nakia and Ystira that there's like no other way to like go forward.
Yeah, Nakia sort of nods her head and says, yep, we'll have to go this way. Well, I'm gonna be fine. And she goes to take this card and she like holds it. And Nakia, Ystira reaches forward and takes the card out of her hand and says, nice try. And flicks it. And these fucking, you get the feeling that this is one of the many uses of this card. She kind of flicks it and it takes form of these like really nice golden boots on her feet. Continue. And Nakia looks over at Ystira and says, please do not make me. Please don't. Please don't. And Ystira just points and says, you did this. Let's go. And Ystira steps down on the sewer and she's walking on the water.
Brian goes, Ystira, that's you. And then I think she notices the shoes and goes, where did those come from?
Better you didn't know. She hoists herself over this little bridge. What the rest of you doing?
How much room do we have like from the ceiling from where we're at?
Oh, probably about a 10-foot ceiling, 15-foot ceiling, huh? About a story and a half.
Okay. And theoretically as a shark,
Would be able to fly. Now, lots of flying room for sure. Gonna be a tight fit between those 6 foot tall and but I think you can squeeze.
you think I could can I fit all my friends on my back? So that would be
So I think Brian has actually edged her way out onto the little bridge and is going, Ystira, help me.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Ystira turns back around and says, what?
I'm too small to get over that by myself. And Winona and Curran have to get over too, and I don't want Curran to have to carry both of us.
Question.
Nakia doesn't like me.
I have my I have 2 questions actually.
I'd love to hear both of them.
Okay, cool. So I have my winged shoes. Can I?
You can
This
fucking
is all-
fly. Hell
I
fucking yeah.
forgot about your
Oh,
flying
cool.
shoes. Oh my god.
Cool. Sweet. So I'm going to Can I pick Brian up and
Yes, you fucking can.
Okay,
Thank you
cool.
for asking. You
Okay.
lick your little wing shoes, and just as Brian is like, carry me. That's so funny. And you just, you're in flight right now. I'm gonna put you here because you're in flight, and that leaves Nakia and Current, who are just standing here at the edge. Nakia's got like a fucking far away look in her eyes.
Nakia,
Yeah.
so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna turn into
Okay.
a shark.
Jesus. Okay.
I'm gonna fly over
Moja,
those
okay.
stakes. Unless you have some other way or another card that you're gonna pull out, you're more than welcome to take the Shark Express over these spikes.
The other cards I have are a bit too violent for the sewers.
Well, then why don't you hop on? I won't bite this time.
There's not even like a harness or anything. What do you mean hop on? Do you just want me to
Brian held
straddle
on.
you?
I have a fin. Just hold on real tight. I'm
Can
sure
Brian
you can
hear
figure
this from where
smart-
Winona is flying with her?
Not often women tell me to straddle them. And then she does exactly that. And yes, Brian hears the entire exchange.
Brian just yells, just hold on to the fin, you'll be fine.
See, Brian's a pro.
As Brian's like dangling from Winona's
Like a cat.
Oh no.
I don't think there's any
Cute.
tenderness in Winona's grip right now, so Brian's literally just like Orion. When Jude like yucks him off the desk. That's the exact mood.
That made me dissociate. We continue. Kia straddles you, Current, as you assume your shark form, and everyone kind of passes over. I think the most notable thing that happens is like Nakia kind of like gestures for you to stop, Current, right as you're like hovering over the spikes, and that's the point where she like kind of holds onto your fin, like reaches down, and kind of helps Ystera kind of pass that hurdle of those spikes. So I'm just thinking about my third chaos. I've got a few things in my pocket and I'm so torn. We continue. So with that, you kind of lift her over. You tell that this sound is coming from this this candlelit hallway that you all are now approaching.
How deep do these damn things go?
It's the entire undercarriage of
No, I
Terrapine, Brian.
understand that, but like, how deep do y'all usually go when you do these fights? My God.
I don't fight people in the sewers often, Brian.
I wasn't really talking about you specifically.
No, you were just, I don't know, complaining, wanting to hear yourself speak. Which one?
Is this
Just very
Ystera
mad at
speaking?
you. Oh yeah,
This is Ystera. Okay. Brian
she
just
doesn't
kind of
pick fights with you very often.
Brian just
she's
kind of
a
looks at her
little
for a
aggro right
second
now.
and says, "If I apologize, is that going to make this better, or should I just shut up?"
Let's start with the second.
Okay. And she shuts her mouth.
And okay, so who landed first? So Brian and Winona landed first. This is important. So Brian and Winona are first. Current, Ystera's in the very back. Current is next, and Nakia is right there. Okay, so with Winona and Brian in the front, what are you doing next?
Can I roll an investigation again?
No need to. There is a
No need
lot more
to?
blood here, and it's a lot more fresher, and you hear
Oh.
like muffled voices through the door.
God, I hate that smell.
Sing, 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 sing.
I mean, we're getting closer, it sounds like.
I guess we keep moving forward. I kind of want to hold on to my axe just in case.
Yeah, you get here and there's this door. You hear like a thud as a body is thrown against it and then forward. This is clearly where they are.
Are we just going to go through the door? We're going to end up in the middle of this fight.
I don't know if there's any other way to not end up in the middle of this fight.
Right. Should we be the ones going in first?
How eager are you to get between their swords?
Not very.
Yeah,
But
I'm not
also-
either.
That's
I-
fine. I'll go first.
That sounds like a
Nikki is
bad
best from
idea
the
because
back.
That
you're
sounds
trying
like
to
a
kill
worse
Gemma.
idea.
You know, maybe I'll go first. I mean, like, maybe Oslo wants to reunite with her pigtails.
Brent snorts.
Holy shit.
You hear Nikki say, what the fuck happened to her pigtails?
Don't worry about it.
Well, I'm just keeping them. I'm keeping them safe. That's all.
Karen, I'll have
And
you
Karen's
back.
just gonna pat
We
her
can go
back.
in together if you want. And then she's
Yeah.
gonna like pull out her knives and just be like ready.
Yeah. I say
Who's
we just.
busting down the door?
I will.
All right. So, a very important time in what is otherwise an unceremonious place. So you bust this door down. And let's first speak of this room, shall we? This is, you kind of look around. This is a room of like relics and oddities. And like there's a single desk with like a lit candle and just like a shit ton of ledgers. And you kind of get a look for around the room and kind of get the feeling like, oh shit, this is black market stuff. This is full of like flux weapons and poisons and different machinations. You actually see a few flux pixies and bugs rattling against jars. To the people, you actually see that Oslo's hair is no longer a bubblegum pink, but a violet purple. A uneven cut bob now you have given her, as the pigtails have completely come loose now. This room is also got a bit of purple smoke to it. Whether it was here the whole time or created, you do not know. What you do know is that Oslo is straddling Gemma and essentially punching her face in. Just repeated, like, sickening, like, after hit. As, like, that thud against the door was clearly Gemma being knocked. Looks like you're arriving just in time.
Okay, let's see. I think I'm going to yell, and I think Current's just gonna see what's going on and just be like, hey, knock it off, and then at the same time cast Entangle.
Oh!
Just to try to get them.
Grasping weeds and
stop.
vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square, starting from the point within range. Doing this may disrupt the illicit goods. Do you take this chance? 20-foot square. That means this whole room goes up, baby.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Yeah.
These vines take shape. And I think we see like just a ton of vines just kind of like encompass Gemma, kind of like pull her into the vinage, as you kind of have, I think, a modicum of control of these vines around you. Not enough to, you're focusing so hard on the protecting Gemma that you kind of miss the breaking jars around you a little bit. But yeah, I think that like at that point you see Oslo whip her head around, see you, Current, and go, you again?
Well, I mean, we are in the same guild together. We should get used to being friends.
Yeah, just let me finish my job. And she kind of like holds out her hand and her scythe materializes again.
Can I
now
throw my
she's-
dagger at her hand to try to stop her?
Yeah, let's go. Let's all pile in, shall we? Please move your tokens. Winona, are you acting?
Yeah.
Actually, we're just gonna.
We're just gonna roll initiative.
Yeah, I'd like to see an initiative because this is actually gonna matter a lot. We're not fighting. We're just seeing who gets to act. So if everyone will go ahead and just get on the chart for me.
12. Can I also, just like while we're doing initiative, I think Brian sees all of this purple smoke and like purple light in the room and the purple in Osla's hair, and she turns and she makes eye contact with Ystira and she says, Ystira, it's the same. And that's like all that she gets out, I think, before it's like battle time. But it's very much like she sounds very urgent.
Oh shit, Current, let's go.
Nat 20.
Damn, Current.
You love to see it. Yeah, okay. And then that for her. And then I actually don't have Ystira's sheet imported yet. So I'm just gonna click her token and roll Gemma's initiative for her. There you go. All right, and then we do this by descending. And Current, you get to act first. As she materializes the scythe in her hand, what is your next action?
I am going to, let's see, do I still have my dagger?
I believe you do.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to go towards her and not, I just kind of want to slash at the hand holding the scythe.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you throwing it or are you slashing at it?
I think I'm gonna. I want to try to keep a hold of it.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll for me. A dagger attack, if you will. A 10 does not hit her AC. So she's actually. You go to slash her. She brings the scythe up and around to dodge, to basically kind of parry you. Your dagger goes flying out of your hand, just as you narrowly avoid kind of getting hit by her blade. And I think it's at this point, I'm just gonna go one action. We're not gonna really get into initiative. I think at this point, Ystira has like linked arms. You notice that this is probably one of her signature moves, has linked arms with Nakia and is like vice gripping her arm and is kind of like pushing her down the hallway, very much similar to the way she pushed Current, and saying like, you see this is the magic I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about when I'm saying that people don't react to power in the same way you do. And you in media res on some sort of lecture. Winona, how do you act next?
Can I get a reminder of like what's happening with Oslo?
Yeah, so Oslo is on top of Gemma's body. Punched her within an inch of her life. Gemma is more or less unconscious at this point. You can kind of tell that she's like clutching the arm with her hourglass mark a little bit closer to her. Her eyes are fading in and out. But Current has brought these vines over as a protective layer over her, and Oslo is trying to fight her way through that right now to finish the job.
Honestly, I think I'm going to whip my axe out.
Let's go.
And it's and attack Oslo to keep her away from Gemma and just like restrain her or try to.
Yeah, absolutely. She actually has a pretty low amount of hit points, so let's go ahead and hit and see if you can knock her out.
Okay, how do I do that again?
Yeah, absolutely. Just roll that at. You do have an axe attack on your character sheet?
Yeah. Oh, the vicious battle. Just click that.
Yep.
Okay.
Jesus. Yeah. Okay. Goodness. Yeah, so she had 5 hit points, so that's 7 hit points. So that's going to be enough to knock her out. However, I'm going to ask you, is this lethal or non-lethal damage?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, do I want to kill Key's girlfriend while she's down the hall?
I mean, she's pretty much right in the doorway. She would see it.
In the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
This is stressful. It's gonna be non-lethal.
You switch it to the dull edge of your axe, and just a sickening metallic thud. You just bring it down. We hear a crack as her form slumps, and that means the vines kind of finish the restraining. Hell fucking yeah, you did. You all handled that real nice before Oslo could get her killing blow in. So first and foremost, congratulations, players. You managed to save Gemma's life for the time being. As you knock her out, and Nakia kind of like comes through the door. Ystira right behind her. There is a long beat of silence. Is anyone acting in this moment? We're out of initiative.
Brian's gonna go check on Gemma.
Okay.
See if she's still breathing. Do you want me to roll a medicine check?
Sure, bestie. Oslo's body's on top of her right now, and then there's a set of vines, so you're gonna have to tackle getting to her body.
She's gonna use her knife and cut the vines. Just be careful not to cut Gemma.
Okay. Do you ask like Winona to like move Oslo or something?
She
No,
probably,
you're fighting with Winona. So.
Honestly, I think she just kind of like tries to shove her off herself. And
it's not
probably
working very well because she's tangled in vines.
And I just go ahead and just finish the job.
Thanks, Winona.
Sorry for a minute. I thought you meant kill her. All right.
You couldn't.
You pick her body up. What happens next? What do you do with her? What do you do with Oslo's unconscious for now body?
I kind of just drag it to the side. I don't want to be. I mean, I know I just knocked her out. I don't want to be disrespectful, so I kind of just prop her up against the wall.
Yeah, there's a little chest right here. You can kind of set her on top of it. We'll
yes, kind of want to push her off to the side. She'll
which
take
means
a nap.
that this isn't chaos. This is just violence. Brian, medicine check, please.
This isn't chaos. This is just violence, they say. Good Lord. A 21.
21. You notice that she's unconscious. She's not dying.
Okay.
However, the wound, her hourglass tattoo has basically turned the equivalent of your back wound.
Fuck. Ystira?
And you don't even get to say that because you're like looking over her body when a biting voice from the back of the room says, "Is it true you two slept together?" Nakia says. You turn to look. She's wearing a gross smirk on her face. Do you want to know what Ystira's reaction is, or do you want to just leave that for now?
I mean... Does Brian see Ystira's reaction?
You can roll an insight check if you'd like.
Okay. A natural 20.
There is a flash of like, pardon me? And then a restrained mask of like, I'm a Fidelity member, like, cool is the name of the game, right? So a flash of the crack behind the mask and then the firm replacement of it. You see both.
Brian ignores Nikia's comment and says, "This flux magic is fucking everywhere."
Silence is truth enough, don't you think? Yes.
Nikia, nobody's fucking talking to you.
I mean, do you think that Gemma like knew because she's acting like she didn't, but I think she probably knew, right? Nikia's kind of saying this to kind of rip open that wound a little bit bigger. I think those two are nothing but problems, Ystera. And I don't
we
think
have bigger problems than what I'm about to do to you if you don't shut the fuck up.
I think you're
But
a
we can
pretty
find
big,
out if you'd
small
like.
fucking problem, Brian.
I'm gonna stand up and just like walk up to Nikia.
Okay, what happens?
And she's very small, but I think
I am sorry, just real quick. Current Winona, as the two people who are standing in between Nikia and Brian, are you doing anything in that moment?
I am between fight Nikia to get her to shut the fuck up or restrain Brian. And it is a very hard decision to make.
Yeah, I think like in this indecision, Winona and Lyra, Current, you can like make eye contact because I think you're both in that moment of like fuck. So I think it's eye contact. Do you want to tell me what your eye contact between the two of you says?
So I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm kind of looking at Current, and I've got like my sword. Like, this is not a sword. Well, I mean my axe in my hand. I'm like.
And I think Kurt's looking back like, no, but maybe, but no.
I want to note that Brian does not
maybe.
have her knives drawn at all. Like her hands are empty.
Mhm,
She's just trying to look very tall, and she's not very good at it because she's very small.
Would you like to roll an intimidation check just to kind of
Absolutely, I
set the
wanna do
precedent
that.
for me?
Absolutely, I do. And that's going to be a 17.
Yeah, you look kind of fucking intimidating. I think there's a even though the back is secured, there's kind of this intimidating cloud as Brian starts walking with purpose over.
So she's saying as she walks with purpose over, she's saying, like I fucking said, we've got bigger problems. For example, the fact that flux magic is leaking into the entirety of this protected city. It was in my back. It's in your fucking friend. It's in Gemma now. So what are we going to do about that? And we can leave my love life, or lack thereof, out of it.
Doesn't seem like a lack to me, but yeah, we can talk about that. Turns to Ystera and says, I'll handle Oslo if you give me Gemma. I think that seems fair to me. Ystera says, these are people, Nikia. They're not fucking pawns. No, I'm gonna give you Gemma to take care of your shitty girlfriend. Kick her out of the city. Or we'll let Sampira handle it, right? I'm sure she wouldn't hate that. There's this long pause. I think Gemma like vaguely begins to stir. Tensions rising in the room. Is anyone doing anything to diffuse? Just checking in before I continue.
I think Brian just says very softly, Ystera.
Yeah, third chaos, huh? We're just gonna treat the rest of the episode like chaos. Let's do this. Ystera turns to you and says, what, Brian? What do you want?
I want people to be safe. I don't want whatever fucking drama's happening to cause more violence. What?
Oh, good. We're finally concerned about stopping violence, Brian. Thank you.
She says after joining an assassin's guild and telling me she doesn't love me.
Didn't we just say that you were gonna leave your love life out of this?
We did. We
Oh,
did.
they're
And
trying
then
to
I
keep
was
coming
accused
back
of
to
being the
this.
one who chose violence to begin with when that wasn't the case.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is she acting like you're the victim? Like you're the victim here? Like
I
you
didn't
didn't
say I was
leave
the
her
victim.
in the middle of the night? Like you didn't fucking peace out because you're a fucking coward in the middle of the dark and leave her nothing but pieces to put back together? Did you just really act like you were the one who could claim the high ground here? And
Sarah,
I think,
what choice did you give me? Nothing. What else was I supposed to do?
yeah, at that point, Gemma says, Jesus Christ. Just that tiny little, she says, Morge's breath. That's what she says. And I think Nakia sees that she's awake. Brian, I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw from you.
Okay, cool.
And I'm going to do this at advantage. I don't need it. That's a 19.
That's a 23.
Oh, a 23!
That's fucking right.
That's a natural 20. Let me find out her stats for strength to see if she can get past you.
I want to try to
is-
grab her arm when she tries to go past me to go for Gemma. And like jerk her
Oh fuck,
backwards.
it's not enough. It's not enough. So yeah, I think that it's gonna take all three of you to act to kind of keep her from getting through. And that can look whatever way it wants. But like the second that Nakia like sees that Gemma's awake and has already been set off, she like lunges. So how are you all keeping her back?
Brian literally just like jets a hand out and like grabs her wrist and like yanks.
Yeah, for sure. That is one anchor. What is
Yeah.
another anchor? Winona, tell me how you're anchoring.
I am debating if I should go into rage.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Fuck it. I think I'm gonna do it.
What's Winona going
Do
into rage in
it.
this tiny little storeroom look like?
Damn it. I think she just puts her hair up and just like takes her jacket off and like throws it on the floor because she's fucking sick and tired of everybody fucking arguing and we need to fucking figure something out. And she just kind of like, I think she's just going to, she's not going to use her axe, but she's just going to use like sheer like hand power. Hand power?
Absolutely. No, fucking grapple her for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Is it like a headlock? What is it? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that bitch in a headlock.
Ah, I love that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say with that good roll from Brian, you can just absolutely do that. Kern,
Okay.
are you contributing in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, I was gonna throw in a shocking grasp, but that seems like a little extra now.
You have your vines get in the mix. I don't know. Keep it fun.
I'm like, can I just make the vines come up and grab her by the ankles?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the vines
Yeah, let's
kind of
try
twist
to-
up her form,
Yeah.
gets her in a headlock, and I think like while it's happening, Nikia's just lunging and shouting. She's like, "Where's Mortius' card? Where is it?" And she said, "You fucking bitch! Where is the card?"
Brian says it's in your fucking mistress's safe. Now shut the fuck up.
Interesting. Can you?
She says, "You want to talk about problems, Nakia? Why don't you start at the top?"
This is not necessarily a truth, you know.
It's not. Do you
but-
want me to try to roll a deception check?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I was about to ask if this is a misconception or
Well, that's
or
a nat
lie.
one, so absolutely not. She's never told a lie in her life.
Why does
Oh.
this fail so bad?
Honestly, I think she... I think her voice goes really high-pitched, and it's obvious that she's, like, grasping at straws.
Yeah, I think Nakia's like kind of like still like lunging, right? Kind of a little feral right now. Says like, "That's a lie and I know it. I know it's in fucking Mirage City. Where is it, Gemma?" Gemma's a little unconscious one was like, "Oh, lost it, babe." And Nakia's just shouting like, "What do you mean you lost it? You know what that means. You know how important that fucking card is. You took it from me. You took it from me and you lost it in Mirage fucking City. Of course it's your fucking head on my plate." as this shouting is taking place. Can I get a perception check from everyone?
10.
A 10, a 7, current, give me
13?
something. Nope, not enough.
Oh, wait a minute. It's too late. I have
Okay.
halfling luck. I could have re-rolled that one.
Oh, yeah, that's a little late for that.
Yeah, fuck.
So,
Okay.
you rolled it. Oh, no, you didn't. Okay, well, so yeah, you don't see much. But I think you see Ystira kind of like turn her back to Current. So she's sort of facing towards the wall. And you just hear her say kind of quiet, "Come on, don't do this, Nakia." But Nakia's like level 10. She's just like shouting past the two of you, just completely distraught, sort of at this fate. Current, you, well, not a fling of Gideon's, are a best friend of. And I think that it is fair that you know that Gideon had a fairly large obsession with the Apotheon sisters throughout her entire life. As you see Nakia like yelling and shouting, there is like a piece of grief to this in a way that rings very true to the sibling of hers that you know.
I think that seeing that, Current's I'm going to reach into my bag where I have my card.
Okay.
And I think I'm going to pull it out, not to try to use it or anything. I'm just going to pull it out and be like, Nakia,
The room
these,
goes still.
this,
I think even
why do you
Gemma's head
need
is
it
like,
so bad?
Brian.
I think Brian mutters under her breath, "Oh, fucking abyss to take us all."
There's a long pause. Nakia's eyes kind of just like reel for a second and then like lock on. She says, "What card is that?"
I don't know, but I can see you're desperate. You're going to have to let me know a little bit more about this before I let you know more about what I know.
I can find out whose card it is right now if you hand it to me. Don't you want to know? There's a chance you've had a god's power in your pocket this whole time and you're telling me you don't want to know?
Why do you need to know?
You telling me that a bunch of Kurthus kids don't know the legend of the Arcanic deck?
I'm telling you, there's a lot the Karthus kids weren't allowed to know.
There are 26 of those cards current. They are spread around Ackermon, and the person who can get them all gets to control the fate of the future. Hand me that card.
Why do you need to control the fate of the future?
Because
See, I'm
there
fine
are
with
other
helping.
worse people who want it more than me. I need to see what card that is. Please hand it here.
So now you want to be polite.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Stop fighting, Ystira says. She's still turned away.
Great idea.
Can someone help me not die?
Oh shit, Gemma. Can I I'm gonna go over and cast shit. Not Gemma. Can I go over to Gemma and I want to cast healing word.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you reach down, you cast healing word. I think this definitely like pulls her back a little bit. She's no longer dying, but she is still injured greatly by something healing word cannot fix. Yeah, so you come over to her. Your vines are still holding Nakia in place. Great job. And the headlock, of course, from Winona, all essential. The hand holding from Brian, probably essential as well. There is, you cross over to her, you kind of bend down, you cast healing word. I think Gemma looks at you and says, "No, thanks. Kind of need that one though." She kind of points like a tired hand toward Ystira.
That's a funny
Brian
way of saying thank you.
says
I mean, thank you a lot. Yeah, it kind of, I'll tell you that much, cured the headache and the open wounds.
Brian
She
again
gives you a-
says very softly, Ystira, it's all flux magic.
Everyone leave, I'll heal her. Step out of the room and I will do it. There's kind of
Brian
like
doesn't
a
move.
franticness building in her.
What do you need to do this?
Can I roll an insight check?
Yeah.
Do I need to? Okay, never mind. It's a 4.
I'm gonna roll one too. That's a 20.
Something's
what do you
wrong.
need to do this? Ystira,
So-
what do you need to do this?
You can kind of see that she's like holding her, like kind of like holding her elbows to herself, and she's kind of leaning her forehead against a wall. And she says, I need you to leave so I can heal her.
I'm not going anywhere. So tell me what you need, and I will give it to you. Do you want me to roll a persuasion check?
Yeah, we're gonna need one.
17.
We said chaos from here on out, yeah?
We did.
Head. You hear very quietly. Bill, I don't want you to see me like this. Please just let me heal her.
I'm gonna let go of Nakia and walk towards Ystira. And I don't touch her, but I'm just gonna get close and say,
Roll a perception check for me.
sure. I have too many windows open. Sorry. Only a 4 on that one.
Shame, bestie. Real
It
sauce,
is a
missed you.
shame. That's okay.
Keep going.
But I'm gonna walk forward and say very quietly, Ystira, whatever this takes from you, whatever you need for this, take it from me. Don't take it from yourself. I'm giving that to you. Whatever you need, take it from me.
Interesting. I think a quiet voice says, that's nice, but it's not how that works.
Then how does it work?
And I think Nakia, like, seeing this kind of like snaps her out of it. And she gives a very, like, I think Winona and Current see this. See Nakia get kind of conflicted.
We can see this
And
on
then
Nakia's face.
Mm-hmm. And she turns her head back and she says, why did you say, she turns her head back towards Brian and she kind of snaps. Why did you say Sampira had a card? And Gemma from the ground goes, because she does, love.
Of course, Sinpira has a card. Have you seen that woman? She's
No,
like
she's
evil
given me all the
incarnate.
cards that she has in her possession.
How
I
do
know
you
that
know
for
that?
a fact.
How?
And I think Gemma says, sounds pretty fucking naive if you ask me. Kind of coughs up a little bit of blood as she's kind of like trying to like push herself up. And but,
Nakia,
like,
if you think
fails when she
Sinpira's been
realizes.
telling you the truth at all, then you are blind to her true nature, and I think that that's something you're going to need to grapple with.
Blind to her true nature, please. Nakia rolls her eyes. You say that like I wasn't raised by the woman. You. She's pointing from the headlock Winona has her in. And says, all right, truce. You take me, Oslo. We'll leave the room. How's that sound? Those stairs right there take us back up to the bank. I mean, I don't know where those stairs lead us. Those stairs will take us back up where we need to go. At that point, Ystira kind of clenches her fists and says, do you know what this room is? And Nakia kind of like gets caught and says, I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm. And there's like a long moment of discomfort.
You gonna share with the class, Nakia?
Yeah, tell us what this room is then.
Yeah. I will tell Winona and all right, everyone who's not Ystira and Gemma needs to get the fuck out so that Ystira can do this. I'm not fucking kidding. And there's like a very like genuine turn to Nakia's voice there.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh my god. I don't want to fucking deal with that X bullshit. Can we at least, Nakia looks up at Winona and Current and says, can we please be rational here? Can we please exit this tiny fucking closet?
All right, but I'm not letting you out the headlock though.
And you're not
You
going to get
intend
Brian
to
to
walk
leave.
me up the stairs in a headlock I can get out of at any moment?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
I've
I've
seen
got
it do it
flying
before.
shoes on.
Sure,
Definitely
keep me in a
manageable.
headlock. All right. As long as we're leaving.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say
let's go. We
Ystira's
can
name
talk.
again. Real soft.
Yeah, she's kind of like trembling now almost. Winona, Current, what happens next?
I'm taking a little too much joy in dragging Nakia up the stairs. I'm not gonna lie.
She's
Absolutely.
so rude. You should take joy in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's these little set of stairs you drag her up. Current, are you following suit?
Yeah, and I think as I'm doing that, I'm kind of just like twirling this card or this metal rectangle in my hands, just kind of over and over again, thinking of like the implications of like what just happened, and very much wanting to talk to Nakia still.
Where are the stairs?
They're right down here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're this way.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so y'all are heading up. Do you want to take Oslo with you? You gonna leave her on the bench?
Yeah, we'll take Oslo. Oslo can
Alright.
come. Yeah.
All right, you
pick her
kinda
up.
pick up Oslo and haul her with you. As a set of girlfriends and a set of not girlfriends exit stage right. You now go to the surface.
Gals being pals.
You kind of hear a door shut from above, Brian. Gemma's kind of like wheezing on the ground. And Ystira's just still. And she says, what do you want, Brian?
I want to help you.
You can't help me.
Tell me how this works.
You decided not to help when you left. It's over. It's too late. The train has passed. There is no helping.
Ystira, I'm asking you
Please
to take a chance.
Leave. On what?
Me, I guess. Yeah,
You
I
don't-
left. I fucked up. Let me try again. Tell me how this works.
I can't.
Why?
Magic is pretty complicated, Brian. Lots of ins and outs. Brian,
What did-
her hand comes up, rubs at her eyes, and goes back to be kind of like half tucked into her shirt. And it is just that one moment for you to see that the tear she is wiping away is that purple color.
Can I roll an insight or something? I want to make a leap, but I don't know if I can make the leap without rolling dice.
What kind of, you tell me about this leap, bestie.
I think she's absorbing this magic as she's pulling it out of people.
I think you can make that assumption.
Okay, beautiful. How much of this shit have you absorbed already, Astira?
It's more complicated than that, Brian.
How complicated?
Pretty.
And what reverses it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
You lived.
I wasn't worth that.
You don't get to tell me that. Gemma goes, Jesus, can we please? I am on the ground. Can we not do this?
You're on the ground and you're awake.
Yes, and my
Just-
body hurts. Can you just let her hear
Oh,
me,
my body
please?
hurts. Gemma, relax. We'll get to you.
I'm
Astira.
just. Oh my God! Stop trying to kiss her. Just, quiet on that. I don't think Astira hears that, but I think you definitely do.
Brian flips her off, just like behind her back. She knows Gemma probably can't see it. She just needs the satisfaction of doing it.
Did you two sleep together?
Yes. I didn't know that you knew her.
Gemma, did you know?
Gemma, did you know?
Do you turn around to look at Gemma?
I think I do.
Roll an insight check.
9.
You hear Gemma go, not a fucking clue. $15. So versus a deception check from Gemma. A natural 1. Ah! Ah! You feel a few degrees in the room drop. And Ystira say, do not lie to me, Gemma. Who do you think you are? And she goes, all right, yeah, I fucking figured it out. But after that, I kind of, made sure you found out about a nice, plucky little halfling named Brian, and I figured it out. I figured it out, all right? I figured it out, all right?
Gemma, when did you figure it out?
After a point.
After a point. Gemma, when did you
Yes.
figure it out?
After the mission. During the mission.
The first mission?
Yeah. It just seemed complicated, Brian. I didn't want to fucking put my hand in it. She was just getting over
And
it.
yet
I
you
realized I
wanted
had
to get
already
mad
fucked
at me
up.
for not telling you about who I was when this whole time you knew.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But in my head, she's like still on the ground. She's like, in my head, it was sort of like I'd already committed the sin, and then from then on out, it was just sort of making up for it. Can you let
I
her
don't ever
heal
want to
me?
hear another fucking word from you about our friendship again.
Are you kidding me, Brian? We're friends.
We're friends.
Yes! Who fucking nursed your back the entire time as you got to her? It was me. Who agreed to come on this trip with you? It's me.
For 500, what was it? 50,000 gold? For 50,000 gold each direction. Yeah, you agreed to come on this fucking trip with me.
Which is honestly like the friends and family discount. If it had been someone else, I probably would have said at least 100k both ways.
Ysira, how much of this shit have you absorbed?
It's not like that.
Okay. Can you explain it to me in a way that will make sense?
No. And at that point, Gemma says, Jesus Christ, can you not tell that she's like magically bound or something? She can't tell anyone about it, not even us.
Brian is gonna take another step forward and kind of like very carefully like reach out and like touch Ysira on the arm, but like in that way of like, is this okay? Before she like commits to it.
Yeah, I think that I think that's fine.
Okay, she's gonna rest her hand like on Ysira's arm and then like get closer so that ideally Gemma can't hear her.
Okay.
And say what needs to happen so you can talk about this.
There's not a world when that happens, Brian. It's just nope, wrong voice, wrong accent. I think there's a long pause. Actually, no, I think that's right. I think that was the right intuition. I think that like Ystira's gone like silent, and I think like Gemma, who can't mind her own fucking business, says, again, Brian does not work like that. Sort of like a done deal, yeah?
What if there's another vessel?
Nope, not vessels.
Gemma, you know so fucking much. How about you explain this to me since
Oh
you
my
can clearly
fucking
talk
god,
about
it's
it?
packed magic, Brian. Jesus fucking Christ. You want me to say it in front of her?
Packed magic
Do you
with
want
who?
me to go airing her dirty laundry? I don't think that's necessarily fair, Brian.
With
I've
Sindira?
only learned this. No.
How do you end a pact? Kill the other party?
Have you ever heard the story of Mordia's cloven hand?
Have I ever heard the story of Mordia's cloven hand?
You can roll it.
I'm gonna do that. A religion check?
Mm-hmm.
A whole 6. Because I don't believe in anything.
Correct. Yeah, does not. Actually, you know Gideon told you this story. You were too drunk.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say, I don't know if
that's
I can provide the help action that Gideon was like.
Oh, actually, you
talking
can
about
provide
this.
the help action. Go ahead and roll again.
Because you told me this story, I can just like roll it a second time. Okay.
Yeah, roll with advantage for me. Let's just discount that first one. Give me 2 rolls with advantage.
2 rolls with advantage. Okay.
Yeah.
An 11.
Sure. Molly, will you tell Gideon's drunken retelling of the story?
Yes. Let's see. Let me refresh myself briefly. Okay. So this is so cool. This is one of my favorite.
We cut back
Favorite.
to the House of Huntress across
What are
at
you
the
even
bar.
talking about, Gideon? Why does this matter right now? Why are you so intent to tell me this right now?
Because it's cool. Gideon's an inch from your face
okay,
yelling.
Okay,
It's so cool.
Go.
And then I'll buy you a drink after you listen.
You
Okay.
better.
So, Morgia, one of the sisters, was they were facing the Feywild. There's a bunch of scary shit, right? Right?
Sounds right, yeah.
And the Fae, we always think the Fae can trick us, but it's like they're like us too, right? Because one of them tricked Mordia. Wild. Because they told her,
What are you, God?
yes! She's one of the Apotheon sisters.
But if she's a god, why is she not more powerful than a Fae trick? That doesn't make any sense.
30 minutes later.
So they told her that if she cut off part of her hand, she'd be able to bring someone back to life, right?
Her whole
And
hand,
so then
specifically.
her whole hand, if you go whole hand, you'd be able to bring someone back to life. And so she was like sick, and then later tried it. Guess what? It didn't fucking work,
Of course
bestie.
it didn't work. What the fuck? You can't just
And
bring
guess
somebody
what?
back from the dead like that.
Double whammy. Then it also made her be in a pact with the Fae that fucking bamboozled her. And now it's like a whole thing where like the hand cut off like represents like you don't know what you're doing and you're desperate clearly because you're cutting off your fucking hand. And that feels human to me, which is why I like the story so much, because you never think of the sisters as people that do shit like that, right?
Because they're gods.
Yeah, but they fuck up too, and that's the cool thing. And how sad is that?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What do you mean they fuck up too? That's not how it should be. This is why I don't believe in this shit. I know they exist. I know they're real. The whole putting faith in these people. No, absolutely not. Where is my drink?
We fast forward now to Gemma's genuine question. Have you heard?
I think it clicks then. And Brian, like, kind of like takes a step, like, not away from Ystera, but just like a step like toward the wall, and just goes, "You're fucking kidding me."
That's not nice to say. She's in the room.
I'm not talking to you right now, Gemma.
No, I'll just stay here dying on the floor, I guess.
You're not dying on the floor. You're fine.
It hurts.
I know
She
it hurts.
flops
You'll be
back.
fine. Ystera, you didn't do that for me. Tell me you didn't do that for me.
What do you mean?
Tell me you didn't make a fucking pact with a Fae to save my life.
No, that was done a long time ago, Brian.
For what reason?
You came back today. That's reason enough for me.
You're getting married in 3 days.
Yeah, is that still on? Who won the fight?
Gemma, I swear to God. If you don't shut the fuck up, I'll leave you here myself.
She flips you off. You seriously turn around. She's silent.
Why this, Ystera? Why that sacrifice?
I just kept thinking that if I had joined Fidelity even 2 months earlier, I could have saved your mom.
Ystera, nobody could have saved my mom. My mom was terminally fucking ill.
I could have done that. I brought you back from the dead. You were almost null tonight. That's unheard of. No one can do that. I can do that.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. Someone
You
asks
leave-
you if you want to learn how to cheat death. Why is the answer ever no?
Because it's bonkers, Ystera. What? You heal my back. You bring me jam from our fucking shrub.
Oh, you brought a jam?
Gemma? Do you have like a silencing spell that you can use on her?
Silence from Ystera.
What are we doing here?
Saving Gemma.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, and you know it's not what I'm talking about. Why save me now, 3 days before your wedding to somebody else?
You were dying?
I understand that. Why do you give two shits about me? At every possible turn, you throw in my face how I left.
You came to my bachelor party.
I was delivered to you at your bachelorette
weren't
party.
invited. You came, and now you're asking me why I care about you, when clearly it is a question of the other way around. You
That's not a
also
question.
have
I've
a
always loved you,
girlfriend,
Yasira.
Ryan, don't
I don't
you?
have a girlfriend.
Gideon? Isn't that her name?
We're not
Mara
together.
said that she was introduced. Did you lie?
It seemed pertinent at the time.
Oh my god.
Do I have feelings for Gideon? Yes.
loose.
Are we together? No. Did I look at you the other night in that fucking doorway and feel like I'd been transported backwards in time into 12 years? Yes.
We aren't those people anymore.
No, we're not. I wouldn't want to be her again. And you already told me that you wouldn't have stayed with her, so why would I want that?
What do you want from me?
You told me once that you wanted me to take a chance, that you wanted me to take a risk, to try something new. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Come with us. Take a chance. Try something new.
What do you mean, come with you, Brian?
We're leaving Terrapine at some point. We have a big fucking quest, remember? It's a fancy-ass airship parked at the gates of Terrapine. We could see the wilds. The way we always talked about. You wouldn't have to stay here, sacrificing parts of yourself to save people for a fucking mistress who doesn't care about you.
She cares quite a bit about me, Brian.
I don't believe that for a second.
Jimmy goes, you fucking be surprised, mate. That's her favorite right there. She tell you
And
that.
that's concerning, because when you care for somebody, you don't hurt them and manipulate
Oh, I mean,
them.
yeah, no, she doesn't believe in that in a little bit. No. Pain is love for her.
Those are not the same thing.
Healing me?
Gemma?
No.
Like 2 more minutes.
All right, I'll just lay here.
Great. You're good at that.
Not with you.
Brian
Can't
does
be
not
two
respond to
people
that.
laying there. At that point, Ystera goes, Gemma, I'm about to lose it. He goes, right, sorry. So, where do we land on this whole situation?
Great question.
She won't let me go, Brian. That's not a joke. I get married in 3 days, and I can't leave.
Do you want to? Are you tempted?
Why does everyone ask me that?
I'm not everyone, Ystera. I'm just me.
I think you're saying this because you're not thinking straight.
I think this is maybe the straightest I've been thinking in a while, actually.
I think you are so swept up in the romanticism of returning to your hometown that you are throwing it all away.
There's no romanticism here. My father's been accused of poisoning the one thing he ever truly loved, and he's disappeared somewhere. You're getting married in 3 days. My favorite cousin acts like I'm a fucking ghost. There's no romanticism here. There's nothing to get swept away in. You chopped off your fucking hand to bring me back to life. That's not romantic, that's terrifying.
I was gonna be pissed.
Is that your only objection?
Not to that. Oh my god. And at that point she like turns around. And I think like she like fully turns around, but I think you can kind of see like these purple streaks in her eyes. And I think that you can now see that her irises, much akin to that spell that was cast with the bird, there is a ring around her irises that are purple. Tears as well. She goes to walk past you to walk towards Gemma.
Ystira, I'm gonna like gently like put my hand on her waist.
Mm-hmm.
I wish instead of telling me that you didn't love me, that you had just asked me to stay.
She makes eye contact with you. A sea of conflict in her eyes. What do you think would have happened if I told you to stay?
Maybe she would have died a lot sooner. Maybe we'd both be free now. I don't know.
Who would have died a lot sooner?
Ryan just smirks a little bit. She says, if that's what's holding you back, then that's my next goal.
I didn't make the pact with her.
I know that. But I also watched her dig her fucking claws into your face the other night. And I don't do well with people who hurt the people that I love. Never have.
You think you're going to gather your ragtag group of Carthinians and kill the most unkillable woman in Akromon?
I think I can probably get Nakia's help too. If I try hard enough. Gemma, certainly, if we heal her.
I'm bleeding out, mate. Don't got much longer. She's not bleeding at all anymore.
You are so dramatic. Can you just, like... Everybody talks about how I'm dramatic. Clearly, those people have never spoken to you.
I believe I'm being pretty lighthearted for poison coursing through my veins, literally. But yeah, real dramatic.
And I think if you're honest with yourself, Ystira, you'll help me out too.
And I think at that point, Gemma like throws her hands up. Maybe the pain's making her a little bit loopy. And she says, see, I'm not the only one who's had the idea.
Oh, so this has been a point of discussion before.
Yeah, a point of good discussion, isn't that right? Yes.
So Brian just like smiles a little bit. And then like looks at Ystira for a long second and then says, come with us.
At that point, Gemma says, yeah, I mean, come on, yes. You and I both know that the biggest mistake that woman's made in the last 800 years is formally naming us her heirs.
Brian
If
snorts.
we kill her, the guild is ours. It's also Nakia's, and I mean, she'll be a total fucking buzzkill about it, but 2/3.
Brian again says, "Come with us."
And at that point, roll with Gemma's help. Roll a persuasion check.
So roll it with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 16.
16. Whoo! Yeah, so at that point, chaos, right? Chaos you shall get. 16 sounds good. There's a long pause as Istira kind of looks between the two of you. And then after a long pause says, you wouldn't be able to do it without Hawkmongress.
Great. They love us.
It would create a power vacuum that almost certainly Ursimo Union would hope to fill.
They're already trying to take over this place. Let them have it.
They're bringing bad magic into the city, though, Brian. Oslo didn't get that magic from us. Something's happening.
Yeah, no shit. Somebody framed my fucking dad for burning or for poisoning the grove. High Locust is dying.
What? Is she okay?
No.
What happened?
Whatever poisoned the grove also poisoned her tree. So
Okay.
I have to get a brittle rose and bring it back.
Of course she'd choose that. If you kill the person who poisoned it, you'll fix the poison as well. This is Fey poison, this is Flux poison. Of course she picks the non-violent route. You could solve that quick. We just need to find them.
The question is, how do we find them?
And at that point, Ystera looks to Gemma and says, well? And Gemma says, I might be able to figure a few things out. If I don't die first!
You're not dying. Can you relax?
At this point, we now cut back to the last place I want to check in with this evening. And that is Gideon, Morrow, Adriel, and Misha and Lucio. Misha is still knocked over on the ground. They're like looking for permission to get up, and they've not received it yet. And at that point, Morrow's like standing in the center of this room. Obviously this has all just happened, kind of staring around like a guard dog who's not been called off yet, looking around and saying like, all right, this looks clear. What happened? Are you good?
We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gideon unclasps their cloak and throws it around Misha and pulls the hood up over their face.
Misha, still a little drunk and high, trying to help, says, ow, my eyes hurt. I need the hood. Just gonna pull it down over their face.
God. Wow. Oh my god. Okay.
Morrow doesn't even notice. Looks and says, so the threat no longer here?
No longer here. You and I still have to talk.
Gideon? No, you and me.
No, yeah, you and me, Morrow. I mean,
About?
oh my fucking god.
You know what? I think that...
You know what? You're gonna come with us back into the city. And we're gonna have a conversation.
I should probably go back to my bachelorette party, yeah.
Probably at some point.
Should actually probably find my fiance.
She's in Isis Fidelity with Nakia and Gemma.
Right. So I should probably go pay a random Fidelity member 2 gold to go see what's going on. And then work my way back from there because she could be in danger. He's literally just healed from death. So.
What?
Oh.
What?
Yeah, your girlfriend, she points at Gideon in an almost accusatory way. Now, your girlfriend came in half dead to my bachelorette party, interrupted it, and my girlfriend almost died healing her. And then after my girlfriend almost died healing her, your girlfriend looked up at me and went, she's fine. No, oh, sorry. She's fine. No thanks to you. Whatever her accent is. And that was pretty fucking uncool. So what I'm trying to do is find my fiance and kind of bring my night back. Because again, it's my only bachelorette party maybe ever. So...
Morrow.
Oh, you mean Brian, not Adriel.
No,
Girlfriend,
not me.
got
I fucking healed Ystera.
You'd never do that.
Sorry, do you have multiple...
I
Okay.
don't know. They're both pretty, but that sounds like Brian. Oh. I apologize on her behalf.
I did the magic that I did on the night before my 25th birthday. That magic. I'm very tired. I'm fucking exhausted.
Oh,
Um,
Adri. You're getting a piggyback ride.
No, it's okay.
Do you need me to carry you?
Yeah. Or me. No, and I'll do it. I'll get piggyback ride. We have a whole thing set up for you. You're gonna love it. Gideon's already squatting. Please.
Okay. Adri gets on Gideon's back. And she kind of like rests her chin on Gideon's shoulder. And she goes, Morrow, I want to teach you how to use like your actual powers. So you have to like want to have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It'll help you in battle.
Anyways, Luso, are you good?
My God, Adri kicks them with her foot.
Ow!
Fucking
You
pay attention to me when I
It's the
talk
night
to
of my
you.
bachelorette party,
I
you
don't
just kicked me.
care.
And your party member.
Pay attention when I talk to you.
I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about, and I
Why?
don't know how much
Does
more
it
I have
scare
to tell
you?
you that.
Does it scare you? Are you afraid?
Wow, you Gryffindorians are all so much fun, and you definitely know how to leave people alone. So, what I would like to do.
I'm sorry that I want to teach you magic that would help you heal Ystera in the future. I'm sorry that I want to teach you how to wield your power.
You don't know me. I appreciate your willingness to help someone in need, but that is not me. Uso, you're one of the most terrifying people I've ever met. Are you good? Uso just goes, yeah, I'm fucking good. Ross says, great, Uso, I'll let you take this from here. Please stop gambling with Gemma. This is the last time I'm going to ask you. And Luso like rolls his eyes. And Morrow turns back to you, Gideon, and Adriel and says, is there anything else I can assist you with?
No, just don't send anyone into ISIS. Don't go either.
Yeah. You can have a good night. That's literally all I want for you. Please.
I appreciate the concern. I'll rest when I know my fiance's safe. And she just kind of turns on her heel.
Okay.
At that point, only after Morrow leaves, did Nisha go, man, that was almost a disaster.
What? We have to get back to the inn.
That's where we're ending the
Yeah.
episode.
Oh my God.